Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Testing one. MTN Women in Business. Testing 1, 2. MTN Women in Business. Okay, good. It's working. I'm going to test the mic, sir. Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1. For the MC? Will there be a mic for the MC? Can we test it as well, please? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, good.
Two. The MC's mic is here.
Good. Okay. Testing 1, 2. So I'm in the center. Justin, are you smart today? Hello, testing. No, I'm making sure it works. Hello, hello. Okay. Does it get to the outside part? Or is it only inside? Only inside, huh? Okay. Testing 1, 2. Hello, hello. MTN Women in Business. Good, I think. Yeah, it's working fine, no feedback or anything. Good.
Are both is the cloud. Basically, MTN Cloud Services is software designed to help maintain and run your business more efficiently and at a lower cost. Welcome to the new way of running your business. First, let's recap. What is the cloud? Basically, MTN Cloud Services is software convenient and cost-effective. So remember to select your software, register, purchase, assign users to products, and launch products. Welcome to the new world of business. Select your software, register, purchase, assign users to products, and launch products. Welcome to the new world of business. Business decisions are both exciting and daunting. Your passion fuels you, yet the reality of running your business is soon dampened by the excessive costs that are part of the deal, especially IT costs. IT seems to be a complex maze of jargon, software, and never-ending technical challenges that inevitably have to be passed on to an expert. And we all know that experts cost lots and lots of money. And money is something that's hard to come by when you're just starting out or trying to manage your cash flow. Then you discover something called cloud. MTN Cloud Services. But what is this cloud and where is it? Cloud is really just a way to simplify how your business works. It's a virtual network that allows you to access your software and data from anywhere at any time. For example, there's web email. You can access your mail from anywhere at any time. Maintaining an in-house email server needs constant attention to keep it running. Maintenance needs money, people, and updates. But web email is very simple to
sponsored the planet's greatest spectacle, the FIFA World Cup. But who opened the eyes of the giant? Who proved that MTN could reach for the stars? Well, the answer is quite simple really. It was you. Yes, it was the Pearl of Africa that showed that MTN can be the crown jewel of continental and international telecommunication. In Uganda beats the heart of the yellow giant. It all started on the 21st of October, 1998. That day, the first call on the network was made, and immediately there was a buzz as the people took the brand to heart. Town after town was added to the network as more and more of the country got to the grid as Ugandans embraced affordable mobile communication. 077 fever had gripped Ugandans, and since then, they have never let go. This access to services, coupled with unparalleled innovation, has seen the country open.
Explain. Well, think about it. The farmer has to know where to plant, when to plant, and when it's going to rain. Okay. The buyer needs to know when to buy, how much to pay, and how much is too much. And the trucks need to know when to collect, how to get there, and where to go. All right. For all that, you need a satellite. A satellite? Yeah, to talk to the trucks, and to the ship at the harbor, and the factory. And the factory needs to talk to the package designer. Okay, so where's the coffee and all this? I don't know, in a big warehouse somewhere. Which, by the way, needs to talk to the smaller warehouse to make sure that every farmer gets paid on.
The company's modest hope was to attract just over 3 million, and the company wrote corporate history when in 2010 it sponsored the planet's greatest spectacle, the FIFA World Cup. But who opened the eyes of the giant? Who proved that MTN could reach for the stars? Well, the answer is quite simple really. It was you. Yeah, sample of one of the ways MTN has helped bring the crowds. And with the fun, also came MTN's big hand in sports. Helping the Bududa landslide victims Riseto and Kiriandongo, opening ICT service centers to boost literacy, and refurbishing Kilembe Hospital are but 3 of MTN's corporate social responsibility efforts. To achieve this thread of teamwork and commitment has been part of the plan from the start. Times ahead are exciting for the MTN customer. There is a guarantee that you will continue to have the better connection, and it shall be everywhere you go. These first 15 years are just the beginning for the market leaders, as we are now on the road to lead the delivery of a bold new digital world to our customers.
MTN, everywhere you go.
You know what I like about coffee? Explain. Well, think about it. The farmer has to know where to plant, when to plant, and when it's going to rain. Okay. The buyer needs to know when to buy, how much to pay, and how much is too much. And the trucks need to know when to collect, how to get there, and where to go. All right. For all that, you need a satellite.
A satellite?
Yeah, to talk to the trucks, and to the ship at the harbor, and the factory. And the factory needs to talk to the package designer.
Okay, so where's the coffee in all this?
I don't know, in a big warehouse somewhere. Which, by the way, needs to talk to the smaller warehouse to make sure that every farmer gets paid on time in the right currency.
I see.
Then only then do we get to talk over this cup of coffee.
So who does all of that?
Who knows?
You know what I like about coffee? Explain.
Well, think about it. The farmer has to know where to plant, when to plant, and when it's going to rain.
Okay.
The buyer needs to know when to buy, how much to pay, and how much is too much. And the trucks need to know when to collect, how to get there, and where to go.
All right.
For all that, you need a satellite.
A satellite?
Yeah, to talk to the trucks, and to the ship at the harbor, and the factory. And the factory needs to talk to the package designer.
Okay, so where's the coffee in all this?
I don't know, in a big warehouse somewhere. Which, by the way, needs to talk to the smaller warehouse to make sure that every farmer gets paid on time in the right currency.
I see.
Then only then do we get to talk over this cup of coffee.
So who does all of that?
Who knows?
She's the moderator at the same time. So the moderator will start her profile on screen. The profiler. So Abby should have pushed the moderator's profile. From the moderator's profile, we go to the other people's profile and we introduce onto the stage. Then she introduces every single person with the same transition for every single person as they go on stage. Lights, sound, after clapping as she goes on stage. Every single person. Panelists, the four of them, as each one goes clapping. Transition to all the four profile, and then we do back lighting for the panel. Lighting for the panel. Then you stay there, have that for the entire time. The panel is on. There's for them to follow through until when the panel is done. Video. Jade. Abby, not switch through the system. These slides go up for the panelists and they go one by one on the floor. Okay. Then we go on to the panel. Add them with two results. The last two. Background color. The one on the back. Backlight. Different color from that. Just add some color from each. Anything. The other ones are not added. The other side.
When MTN started operations in South Africa in 1994, the company's modest hope was to attract just over 300,000 subscribers within a decade. Today, MTN's subscriber-based numbers is in tens of millions, and the company wrote corporate history when in 2010, it sponsored the planet's greatest spectacle, the FIFA World Cup. But who opened the eyes of the giant? Who proved that MTN could reach for the stars? Well, the answer is quite simple, really. It was you. affordable mobile communication. 077 fever had gripped Ugandans, and since then, they have never let go. This access to services, coupled with unparalleled innovation, has seen the country open for business.
MTN is our preferred communication service provider. We rely heavily on communications as one of the key components of our business, and MTN's partnership with us is integral to our business.
We've been working together in the areas of mobile money transfers. We've been working together in the areas of voice and data. They've been powering a lot of our branches. We currently have about 60 branches in the whole country.
Officially, we found them to be very also cooperative, and I see MTN as also an innovative network.
The part MTN has played in advancing Uganda's music and entertainment industry into one of the most vibrant on the continent cannot be underestimated. The Chigunda is one of the year's biggest shows and is just an example of one of the ways MTN has helped bring the crowds. And with the fun also came MTN's big hand in sports. Helping the Bududa landslide victims Riseto and Kiriandongo, opening ICT service centers to boost literacy, and refurbishing Kilembe Hospital are but three of MTN's corporate social responsibility efforts. To achieve this thread of teamwork and commitment has been part of the plan from the start. Times ahead are exciting for the MTN customer. There is a guarantee that you will continue to have the better connection, and it shall be everywhere you go. These first 15 years are just the beginning for the market leaders, as we are now on the road to lead the delivery of a bold new digital world to our customers.
Webale nnyo, webale mnonga.
MTN, everywhere you go.
mama. No. Sometimes I lose my mind and then I lose my way. I know I stay out later hanging out playing my music every night. I never take you out. I just start smoking and I drinking and I come back in the morning from my jamming. I know I drive you crazy. I'll never understand how come I lose it when you are so good to me. I need my head as a man. Boyfriends are always chasing me away. They say, man, go home to your baby. When I look into your eyes, I hear music in the air. Sweet music. Oh, the birds begin to sing and the bells begin to ring. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world if I had to live without you, mama. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world if I had to live without you, mama. No. If I had to live without you, mama, I can't live without you, mama. Can't live without you, mama. I just can't live without you, mama. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world if I had to live without you, mama. No way. Hey. If I had to live without you, mama. No way. Hey. You turn my world around every day. You put the sunshine into my life, create the moonlight in the night. You cause a million rainbows when you're smiling at the heavens in the sky. Every time you walk by, you make a rain fall when everything is gonna dry. Flowers grow from your every side. You make that twinkle, twinkle little stars up in the firmament to cry. When I look into your eyes.
Here's a smoothjazz.com hot pick from Dan Jacobs from Blue App.
fidgety.
To
I need to be able to see. Yeah, because I've Here's a song that comes.
doesn't have a printer. Patrick, your office is near.
No, if you can send it to me, we can print from my office. But do you know, we don't even have Maggie's profile.
Yep.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I think that's good. Yes? Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Davis, bring him up, please.
I don't have Maggie's profile.
No. That's why we attached this, because she's among the judges.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Yeah, but could you pick for me my laptop? It's charging over there, but I'm told I'm sitting here. Testing. Yes. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, test. Apparently, yes. Testing. Then I better lose it, because you don't want to be. Yeah, we need a gentleman. We need a gentleman to hold hands. Yeah. How? Yeah, please do. How can I access Wi-Fi?
tradition too. Doing it for the future, doing it for the people, doing it for the guilty. The ex-offenders are too. The boys doing it.
Hello? 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 Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. But this sound is not necessary anymore because we don't have a guest speaker. So I will be talking from there.
From? The speech.
That's for the judges.
Yeah.
That's later.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even me, I have papers. I have to put it down.
Okay.
Davis, are you happy?
Testing 1, 2, 3. You're good? Hello, tasting 1. This thing is not a good idea.
Davis, can we use a...
Let's use a mic. It's not reliable. Yeah.
Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you hear me loud and clear? One, two, here we go. Can you hear me? You're going to mute it from there. I'll leave it on. Testing mic 2. Davis, can you hear me? Mic 2. You'll mute it from there. Mic 3. Davis, come in for mic 3. Come in for mic 3. Can you hear me? Testing mic 4, Davis. You hear me loud and clear? Come in for master mic. Testing. Davis, loud and clear.
Hello. Chief, let me see if I can go outside. Can I try? Keep the music up. Hello. Hello, hello. You're very welcome, ladies of the evening, ladies today. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, very few gentlemen. You're very welcome. Please sit at will. You're very welcome to today's evening. Could you please move to the front? It's free seating. We've got lots of free seating at the front. Please come to the front tables. Please come to the front. There's some tables. It's free seating. You all look very lovely this evening. Please come to the front, free seating. please come to the front and take up the front seating. A very warm good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. You all look very lovely today. You look stunning. My name is Steven, and I'll be part of the host to you today. I feel very privileged to be among the very few men worthy of your presence, worthy to be here with you. You are our role models, our pillars. Very happy to have you here today at the MTN Women in Business evening. Hello. You look very lovely today. Good. Ours will be a very exciting evening. We're going to have an insightful panel discussion very shortly. But before that, we would like that you get a few refreshments. The waiters are moving around. Please have something cool to drink. And we'll be starting very shortly. Once again, you all look very lovely. Very nice smiles. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. Thank you.
I wouldn't wanna live in this world. was a million rainbows when you're smiling at the heavens in the sky. Every time you walk by, you make a rain or follow when everything is gonna dry. Flowers grow from your every side. You make the twinkle, twinkle little stars up in the firmament to cry. When I look into your eyes, there is music in the air. The birds begin to sing, and the bells begin to ring. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world. If I had to live without you, mama. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world. If I had to live without you, mama. No way. If I had to live without you, mama. No way. Sometimes I lose my mind, and then I lose my way. I know I stay out late, hanging out, playing my music every night. I never take you out. I just start smoking and I'm drinking, and I come back in the morning from my jamming. I know I drive you crazy. I'll never understand how come I lose it when you are so good to me. I need my head as a man. My friends are always chasing me away. They say, man, go home to your baby. When I look into your eyes, I hear music in the air. Sweet music. Oh, the birds begin to sing, and the bells begin to ring. If I had to live without you, I wouldn't wanna live no more. I wouldn't wanna live in this world. If I had to live without you, mama. No way. If I had to live without you, mama. I can't live without you, mama. Can't live without you, mama. I just can't live without you, mama. I wouldn't wanna live in this world if I had to live without you, mama. No way. If I had to live without you, mama. I can't live without you, mama. Can't live without you, mama. I just can't live without you, mama. Mama.
as Pata Pata starts to play.
Hello once again. As we get ready to start the evening, I'd like to just remind you all that we have free MTN Wi-Fi. So knowing all of you ladies as being very high-tech and very up-to-date with technology, please log onto your phones, log onto MTN free Wi-Fi. You'll be able to enjoy fast speeds of MTN. And you can update your friends and tell them how lovely you are today, how elegant and outstandingly smart you have come today. We'll be starting very shortly. Thank you.
And everybody starts to move as soon as Pata Pata starts to play.
utotoni wangu una msemo nilijua, uone mwenye haramu Mungu pia amuona, mbio za sakafuni ukingoni uwishia, hakuna marefu ambayo yasiona ncha. Naye Mungu akitia hiki cha enzi, yeye hakimu mwenye hakimu hadanganyiki na mwanadamu. Naye Mungu akitia hiki cha enzi, ujinga wake wazidi werevu mwanadamu. Naye Mungu oi mtu tajiri alilia, Abrahamu tuma Lazaro kwa dunia, akawaambia ndugu zangu wale vichwa kubwa wasiishi maisha ovyo, kwani jehanamu nimeshaijua. Kunaye Mungu akitia hiki cha enzi, mwenye hakimu hadanganyiki na mwanadamu. Naye Mungu akitia hiki cha enzi, ujinga wake wazidi werevu mwanadamu.
Hela chileshe ungabayeke bakubizikire mane nawo umuntu uzovugani welele ngobese yekukubiza abanye abantu izilwane nabanga abantu uzofuna nini helele maphumulo yeka nubiza abanye abantu amakafula nabo ngabantu nizocaba nini timlela toti yeka nukwaza abanye abantu ngemimese nabo ngabantu uzokhula nini ungabayeki bakubizikhirimane nawungu muntu uzovuka nini welele ngobese yekubiza abanye abantu izilwane nabo ngabantu uzofuna nini yelele mabhunu yeka nubiza abanye abantu amakafula nabo ngabantu nizozama nini timlela toti yekubaza abanye abantu ngemimese nabo ngabantu uzokhula nini helele ungabayeki bakubizikhirimane nawungu muntu uzovuka nini welele ngobese yekubiza abanye abantu izilwane nabo ngabantu
What I like about coffee?
Tell me.
It's simple. You roast it, you grind it, you make it. Done.
Well, there's a bit more to it than that, actually.
Okay, explain.
Think about it. The farmer has to know where to plant, when to plant, and when it's going to rain. The buyer needs to know when to buy, how much to pay, and how much is too much. And the trucks need to know when to collect, how to get there, and where to go.
Okay.
For all that, you need a satellite.
A satellite?
Yeah, to talk to the trucks, and the ships at the harbor, and the factory. And the factory needs to talk to the package designer.
Okay, so where's the coffee in all this?
I don't know, in a big warehouse somewhere. Which, by the way, needs to talk to the smaller warehouse to make sure that every farmer gets paid on time in the right currency. Only then do we get to talk over this cup of coffee.
So who does all of that?
Who knows?
You know what I like about coffee? You know what I like about coffee?
Tell me.
It's simple. You roast it, you grind it, you make it. Done.
Well, there's a bit more to it than that, actually.
Explain.
Well, think about it. The farmer has to know where to plant, when to plant, and when it's going to rain.
Okay.
The buyer needs to know when to buy, how much to pay, and how much is too much. And the trucks need to know when to collect, how to get there, and where to go.
All right.
For all that, you need a satellite.
A satellite?
Yeah, to talk to the trucks, and to the ship at the harbor, and the factory. And the factory needs to talk to the package designer.
Okay, so where's the coffee in all this?
I don't know, in a big warehouse somewhere. Which, by the way, needs to talk to the smaller warehouse to make sure that every farmer gets paid on time in the right currency.
I see.
Then only then do we get to talk over this cup of coffee.
So who does all of that?
Who knows?
When MTN started operations in South Africa in 1994, the company's modest hope was to attract just over 300,000 subscribers within a decade. Today, MTN's subscriber base numbers is in tens of millions, and the company wrote corporate history when in 2010 it sponsored the planet's greatest spectacle, the FIFA World Cup. But who opened the eyes of the giant? Who proved that MTN could reach for the stars? Well, the answer is quite simple, really. It was you. Yes, it was the Pearl of Africa that showed that MTN can be the crown jewel of continental and international telecommunication. In Uganda beats the heart of the yellow giant. It all started on the 21st of October, 1998. That day, the first call on the network was made, and immediately there was a buzz as the people took the brand to heart. Town after town was added to the network as more and more of the country got to the grid as Ugandans embraced affordable mobile communication. 077 fever had gripped Ugandans, and since then, they have never let go. This access to services, coupled with unparalleled innovation, has seen the country open for business.
MTN is our preferred communication service provider. We rely heavily on communications as one of the key components of our business, and MTN's partnership with us is integral to our business.
We've been working together in the areas of mobile money transfers. We've been working together in the areas of voice and data. They've been powering a lot of our branches. We currently have about 60 branches in the whole country.
Officially, we found them to be very also cooperative, and I see MTN as also an innovative network.
The part MTN has played in advancing Uganda's music and entertainment industry into one of the most vibrant on the continent cannot be underestimated. The Chigunda is one of the year's biggest shows and is just an example of one of the ways MTN has helped bring the crowds. And with the fun also came MTN's big hand in sports. Helping the Bududa landslide victims Riseto and Kiriandongo, opening ICT service centers to boost literacy, and refurbishing Kilembe Hospital are but three of MTN's corporate social responsibility efforts. To achieve this thread of teamwork and commitment has been part of the plan from the start. Times ahead are exciting for the MTN customer. There is a guarantee that you will continue to have the better connection, and it shall be everywhere you go. These first 15 years are just the beginning for the market leaders, as we are now on the road to lead the delivery of a bold new digital world to our customers.
Webale nnyo, webale mnonga.
MTN, everywhere you go.
Gentlemen, my name is Hazel, and I look after enterprise, and I'm one of your hostesses tonight. Our special guest this evening, the ladies who have invited tonight, you're most welcome, and you look very beautiful. Our other guests, the few gentlemen in the room, and the key stakeholders, you're most welcome. All government representatives in your individual capacities, welcome to MTN Women in Business, panel discussion and awards. On behalf of MTN Uganda and the leadership team, we welcome you to this special evening that has been specifically designed around the woman in us. Thank you for honoring our invitation. To the gentlemen present tonight, you hold a special place amidst us. Some of you are our mentors, big supporters, advocates in business and in boardrooms. Some of you cheer us along the way when we are aiming for the stars, and when times are bad, you bring us back to reality. Thank you for making time to join us tonight, and you're most welcome. The Zulus have an interesting saying, which I may not be able to pronounce very well, Shaya umfasi shaya mbuho, which means strike a woman, you strike a rock. The saying applies to women's inner strength and our ability to withstand most difficult circumstances, and yet stand up and achieve our goals. This extends to business women, stay-home moms who have put their careers on hold to dedicate their time to raising their families and supporting their partners, and also the women who are battling it out or who are excelling in their professional life. Tonight's audience includes accomplished women across all categories. We have managing directors, we have CFOs, we have HR consultants and experts, we have clearing agents, and everyone is represented here tonight. Young aspiring women just starting at the bottom, but we also one day sit here as panelists or be chief guests. For those, we encourage you very much to aim for the stars. Our business women entrepreneurs across the spectrum of micro and high growth supporting life and wealth, we know that women, we play a very critical role. We are mothers, we are wives, we support the economy, and every day we wake up in the morning, it's almost a sacrifice, but we still make it to work. We are still MDs in the offices, and we are pushing the buttons. And these women do not only stay in the boardrooms. They include women that are saloon owners, high-tech visionaries, consultants, and in between. All of us are making critical economic contributions to participate. The women I have just described are present tonight, and you could all be one on the same table. So make sure you make the best of your networking opportunity, exchange cards, talk about your businesses and your careers. Later this evening, our distinguished moderator will introduce to you our panelists. They will share with us their thoughts and testimonies. We believe that sharing in these stories and journey to success, we can be able to encourage and motivate more young women to come to the boardrooms, more young women to start their businesses. The MTN Women in Business Awards have been created tonight to identify and honor those leaders who are making a difference through innovation and through inspiring in their different categories. These include influential women thriving across all ranges, from the corridors of government, battling out the bills, policymakers, among others. We do hope that the awards will make most of us realize that it is possible to achieve what we set our eyes on. So on behalf of MTN and the leadership team, thank you once again, and I'll take this opportunity to introduce to you our distinguished moderator. The lady I'm going to introduce tonight is one of the ladies who has raised the bar in this industry. She's a strategic thinker, loves to plan, and she also says she chooses what battles to fight. She's one of the few marketeers that has excelled in this market and made it to the CEO level. She's a mother of 3 children. If she's not running the boardroom, she's playing golf and loves swimming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mrs. Agnes Konde, the MD for NTVUganda.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MTN's event, Women in Business. I'm honored to be your moderator this evening, and my task is an easy one. As she says, I choose my battles, and this is one of the battles that I chose this evening. Without wasting time, I'll just quickly introduce our panel this evening that will be able to share with us the wealth of experience that they bring on the table. I believe many women in the audience today are probably even more special than some of the ones that we have, but each of us have a special gem in us that I believe for the role we have to play not only in the economy, the country, and the world, we should always share what makes us tick, what challenges us, and how can we overcome the opportunities that this presents. With that said, I would like to first and foremost introduce, I think most of the ladies this evening do not need any introduction, but let me start with the one I'm very passionate about. And this is a lady who is a big entrepreneur in this country. She sat at the helm of Uganda Investment Authority for a while and drove the business agenda for this country. She is an owner and founder of Crown Beverages, which is one of the fast-moving consumer good companies in this country, holds a big stake in that. Recently, has moved into a consulting role for International Trade Center for Women on Business, and just recently has been nominated for an award of African Role Model for Agriculture, another key role to play in the economy in terms of agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for none other than Dr. Maggie Kigoze. Welcome, Doctor. The other lady, a very special woman as well, is at the helm of one of the most critical industries in Uganda. She is the first female president of Uganda Law Society. She is an entrepreneur, one of the few ladies that runs a law firm in this country. She is a mother, a wife, very passionate about spanning businesses in this country, and currently at the helm, who is the president of Uganda Law Society. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Ruth Sebatindira. The other panelist is a lady that has specialized in an area of agriculture. Meeting her, I asked her, why did you choose to go into seed trade? And she said, Aggie, I identified an opportunity. And tonight, if there's any message I would like to pass on to the ladies, is if you see an opportunity, please grab it. Because the timing for opportunity and luck is that thin, and if you lose it, you probably will not be here to share your experiences. This lady is the director of Victoria Seeds Limited, a business that was founded in 2004 with the whole purpose of disseminating information on quality seeds and how to optimize the yield on your fields. She was nominated, or she won the Yara Prize Award on Green Revolution in Africa, and no Ugandan business has since won that award 7 years later. And she was also named the African Woman of the Year for 2011 for the Africa Awards of Entrepreneurship. Please put your hands together for Josephine Okot. And finally, they say charity begins at home. And the fourth panelist that we have comes right from the MTN family. How best to have the only female executive that is currently heading business risk management. This is an area for no people that are cowards. You need to have the stamina, you need to be a go-getter, you need to identify the small little things in an organization that could be prone to risk or exposure for a business. She has 17 years of working experience, is married with 3 children, and what drives her is excellence and pride in integrity and honesty. Please put your hands together for Judith Namugenyi from MTN.
What shall we do?
Okay, I will join the ladies shortly and we'll start the conversation. I'm sure you've got questions that you'd like to ask. This evening is supposed to be an evening of meeting, networking, and asking the small teething issues that could be a stumbling block to women's success. But we believe there's lots of opportunity to harness, and we'll be happy to concentrate on the opportunities that are there to harness. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Hello? I think I'll start with Ruth. I would like you to tell us a little bit about how you got to be the president of Uganda Law Society. You know, as a female, as a lady, you battled it out with a team of men, and we saw, you know, what happened to you getting that position. How easy was it? Was it an opportunity you went for? How did you do it?
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will say that it wasn't easy making president of the Uganda Law Society. I actually went out for it. I campaigned. I called up a few political friends. I asked, when you're campaigning for things, what do you do? So I applied some of that knowledge to my campaign. And I campaigned amongst both men and women. And you know, the legal profession has 2/3 male lawyers. The female lawyers are just 1/3. And so it was important that I got as much support from every single member, whether male or female. So it wasn't easy. Like you said, you saw that we had a bit of a battle. But I think what helped me win is that this is my 17th year in practice. I've been around. And so your peers will know you for what you do. They will apply what they know about you, and that will help them in their judgment in whether to trust you with leading them in an association like ours. And then, of course, the way you relate with your peers, other than what you do professionally, but even how you relate with them. Have you built rewarding relationships with each of the professionals from whom you're seeking a mandate? So some of those are the things that I think did help me, yeah.
Thank you, Ruth. And over to Dr. Maggie, sitting at the helm of Uganda Investment Authority, and of course, you know, being a business owner, are you seeing enough women coming to grab the opportunities that present? And how do you take that reading in terms of, are we grabbing the opportunities and what is hindering us from grabbing them?
First of all, ladies, you look wonderful. You're so beautiful. Thank you, MTN, and thank you all the organizers. Privileged to be with you here, Aggie. Yes, first of all, is the private sector giving us opportunities? And I want to say not enough, not enough. We are now very educated. Just look at my neighbors. We are doing it. The few of us who've had an opportunity are doing it, and we need more opportunities. So I need to appeal here to the private sector. Government has given us 30%, and you can see the results. Our parliamentarians are out there, they're speaking for us. Our, speakers, we're there. That 30%, so private sector, please, we can start with 30%. Our target is actually 51% because that's what we are, but we can start with 30%. And the private sector, we don't want to legislate, Aggie. I think it's not necessary. You just have to look at the women in this room and look at the capacity that you're missing if you are a business owner, what they could do for your business, what they could bring to the table in the way that they understand better what 51% of the population requires. Not only that, really, something I've said before, women make the consumer decisions, over 90%. Even when I see Charles Mbire in the supermarket, he's buying what Madame at home actually needs, has asked him to buy, which product. So the decisions, the buying decisions, 90% of them are made by the women. Now, if you don't have them in your business, Aggie, she made a great difference in Crown when she was the marketing manager because she understood. It's the women that buy the sodas. They buy for their children. So she understood that, and she was able to bring them in and grow the market. So we need to be more. Business, are we taking up the opportunities, which was your question? And really, ladies, you are not. The opportunities are there now, and MTN will very clearly say to you, we have Judith, we want you as well. But are you putting yourself out there? Maybe not enough. Maybe not enough. What do we need? We need information. As women, a woman with information is an empowered woman. You don't have information. She knew all about the Law Society. She knew what they had been doing. So she could confidently stand out there and apply for the position. But if she didn't, she would not have. As a woman, we don't. So ladies, you seek the information. Nobody's going to give it to you. So it's our role to empower ourselves with information so that when opportunities come, you're ready to take them up.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, opportunities. That takes me to Josephine. You moved into an area that I think is specialized. You know, it's not just agriculture. Why did you get into that industry? What drove you to that industry?
First of all, thank you, MTN. I'm really honored to be here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, why did I move into seed trade? Yeah, like any entrepreneur, the first step is spotting opportunity. But what I would say is the policy environment had to be right. So early in 2000, the government put in place the plan for the modernization of agriculture. So that plan was to transform extension from a government-led service into a private demanded service. So that really gave the impetus for the private sector to get quality inputs to the beneficiaries, that's the farmers. And then NADS was put in place, and their primary objective was to demonstrate the available technologies. But my primary driver was the observation that most of the production was done by women, and yet women lacked access to credit, and also they lack control over productive household assets. Then I also observed that the yields at research level were really high, but on farmers' field it's only 1/3 or even less. So I really thought I would make a difference in the livelihoods of the smallholder farmers, and I founded Victoria Seeds to get quality inputs to them.
Okay, thank you very much. So opportunities again well identified. You moved in at the right time, you know, at a time when government was opening that space, and 10 years later, you're here to share the story. Judith, do you think that women are very impatient for success? What has been your experience at MTN?
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for honoring an invitation from MTN. Do I think that women are impatient?
Patient for success, because it took her 10 years, it's been 17 years, it's been, 20 years, it's been 17 for me. Can we wait 17 years for success? Because would we want to have it in 2-3 years?
Thank you. Do I think that women are impatient for success? It's been 17 years for me to get to a GM position. It took her 17 years. It took Mrs. Sebatindra 17 years, again another 17 years. I think it's been a combination of factors. I think that the opportunities exist in very many sectors, but opportunity must meet preparedness. And a lot of us do not prepare enough, even as we ask for opportunities. And it's not just feminine, even men. Very many people, it's a mindset. Very many people do not prepare. I believe strongly that opportunity must meet preparedness for you to talk about success. There's no such a thing as luck. You have got to be prepared. Secondly, are women impatient? Do we take aren't we patient enough? I think because when you say 17 years, that seems like a long time. Are we seated in the backyard hoping against hope that we will get the 1.5, the opportunities? It is also a combination of factors that's getting us to that position, because we're multitasking. When you come out of school, you work a few years, you get married, you have children, there are expectations. Or even if you don't get married, you have a career to build. But then it's not that easy for the opportunities to come. But probably, are we aggressive enough? Are we ready to take it when it comes? Do we present ourselves for the opportunity? Are you with me? And do we have the right currency to pay for it? Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. I'll probably start with you again. Why risk management? Why did you choose to go into risk management? There should have been other opportunities at MTN or anywhere else. Why risk management?
I am an accountant by profession. Then I did an MBA. So as a matter of fact, I want to know where I'm going. I've heard people say that you cross the bridge when you get there. I don't believe in crossing the bridge when I get there. Usually I ask, who is going to build that bridge? What are they going to use to build it? So I want to be in control. And what puts me in control is knowing what will go wrong, what may go wrong, and what we're doing about it. So that's pretty much why I ended up in risk management. It's a control thing. I want to be in control. I don't want to cross the bridge when I get there. I want to make sure that I know the DNA of the person building the bridge. I know the material they're going to use. In fact, I am building the bridge.
Okay, thank you. Again, back to Dr. Maggie. Well, we know that women make, are over 51% of this population. We are the biggest consumers of all the products that are out there. We are the biggest critiques of products. We trend set. We do all these things. What do you think what are the opportunities that should be unlocked for women?
There are actually very, very many opportunities that do exist already that we are not grabbing. I think a piece of advice that you gave us is windows do come for a short time. I know I moved from medicine to business to government and to farming, and you spot opportunity and grab it. At that particular time, actually next month, that opportunity will not be there, and I think we are a little more nervous about doing that as women. Which we need to change. What opportunities exist? I think one of them for the ladies in this room, irrespective of what you do at this present time, many of you are CEOs, many of you are professionals, is that you're actually going to business. All of you, each and every one of you, at some point in your life, you will retire, you will be fired, you will so, why aren't you prepared? Why aren't you starting today? So as women, let us begin to prepare to go into the private sector. And then actually you may find you even, move into the private sector because it's doing well. So be the best when you're there. Have you done your entrepreneurship course? Have you studied your sector? Have you got a vision? All that you need to do. To be a successful business person, begin to prepare. Begin to prepare now. The thing is, you are going into business. I can promise you the NSSF that you earn over the years will not keep you for longer than 3 years. That's if you had a big one. If you are one down there, it won't keep you for 6 months. So what is it that you're going into? At my age, is government going to employ you? Is private sector going to employ you? And the answer is no. Employ yourself. So that would be my advice.
Okay, thank you. Probably if I come back to Ruth, how did you get started? Because she's saying we should go out and start something, you look out for the opportunities. How did you start Legomac?
Thank you. I should have clarified that I'm not the first female president of the Uganda Law Society. The first female president was Justice Bosa, Solomon Bosa, now a justice of the Court of Appeal. And then we had Mrs. Diana Musoke, she was the second, so I'm the third. But I know why people think I'm the first, because I think the second one, Diana served in 94 to 96. So I think the new people, the young generation has not seen a female president. So then it became, thought that I was the first, but I wasn't. Now, coming to the question how I started Legomac, at the time I was working with Deloitte as a tax advisor, and I had worked with a law firm, Kalenge Bwanika, which is a commercial law firm, and I'd also just returned from my master's in a bit of confusion. You don't know, should I settle at the firm? Should I go out there? So I did a short stint with Deloitte for 6 months. And I think I was missing commercial practice. I was missing the law firm practice. So I'd go home and tell my husband, I think I'm missing the law. And then he told me, the problem with you is that, you're overanalyzing. Why don't you just get up and just do what you want to do? So I think that sometimes we need that push. You need, a sounding board, people who are there to listen to your inner passions and then be able to push you. Why don't you just go for it? So that's what happened. And so that's where it begins, that I sounded it off, and then, woke up one day and started. And then, of course, the start wasn't easy. But, you know, I had networks, I had friends. I think if one or two of my friends are here, there is a friend who told me, in the second week of the start, who told me there is a place called NTVUganda. As you're starting, why don't you just go and learn how to run a business? And that is what I did. You can imagine you just started a business, and then you kind of close it for 2 weeks and just go and learn what you didn't learn in law school. And I think for me that was one of the best pieces of advice. My friend is Alena Simu, I don't know if she's here, but she gave me one of the best pieces of advice. And so when I did that, it became a lot easier. I understood why I wouldn't have to charge a client, then put the money in my handbag. I had to hire an accountant. I understood why then I had to have a secretary. It's, you know, the basics that you need that some of us don't learn. I would imagine that in the medical profession, they don't teach them how to run a hospital or how to run a clinic. So those are the things that when you learn them early enough as you're starting, they're very, very helpful. Yes.
Good point there, you know, learning how to run the business you're getting into. I think that sounds familiar. Probably as we wait for some of the questions from the audience, because I think you should feel free to send your questions to the panelists. I just thought I would ask again, were you in any way, Josephine, have you tested failure? Because it shouldn't all sound so rosy. Have you tested failure in any way, maybe?
Aggie, every business along the way, it has to get knocked one way or the other. But to me, what drives a true entrepreneur is the passion. When you start a business, not because you want financial returns, but because it's something you love to do, it gives you the motivation to overcome any obstacles. And yes, I can list a number of failures, but I just think getting started was a tough one itself, because at that time I didn't have adequate capital. I'd been working. So I remember I went to the bank with my one house to mortgage, and the bank said, I'm sorry, you don't have a track history, and our business, of course, is not to sell off property, so we can't give you any loan. So it was like the project was dead from the start. But I believed in myself. I believed in what I'd set out to do. So at that time, there was a project, a USAID project, and I think they were providing guarantees. And when I went to them, they were able to give a very small guarantee, but that is really what got me started. But sometimes that was just one of the obstacles that we faced. And then all along, access to finance was not very easy because we had to expand. We had to put up a processing facility up north in Gulu, where I saw the opportunity. But all along, you really need to be smart. And I found that to really succeed, you need a financial partner who wants you to succeed. So the first one was wrong, and you just have to abandon that financial partner. It was a sort of equity company, and then we move on and find a workable financial provider. So those are some of the few failures that I can mention, but I think if you believe in yourself, then no problem cannot be solved.
Thank you very much. And back to Judith. Being one of the female executives at MTN, what frustrations have you observed in your fellow female colleagues that you'd think if they only turn this round, you know, you'd be able to unlock better potential?
Thank you. Being a female executive at MTN and the frustration that I felt about the female staff. Generally, a lot of people seek security. They don't seek opportunity. Many people believe that if you can, so that makes you kind of settle for, it's mediocrity almost, because you think it's okay, don't make any noise, don't cause waves. We can all settle in, blend in well. So the frustration is in people failing to stand out and everybody wanting to blend in. Because everybody is seeking for security. Don't make a lot of noise. Don't cause stress here. Let everything be fine. We are women. Why shouting at the men? And I'm just thinking, all I'm saying is I want an opportunity. I'm not looking for security. I can deliver and I do deliver. And I don't think I deliver because I'm a woman. I deliver in spite of being a woman.
Correct. I think you nailed it there. We shouldn't be looked at as women. We deliver because we're women. We do a good job because we simply are good at doing our jobs, correct? So, Margaret, do you think that the 1.5 made most females in Uganda procrastinate? You know, just to know that I'll always have an extra advantage just because I'm a woman.
No, Aggie, we needed the 1.5. Do you know how many years before we get to equality? And we still have a long way to go. Right now, sometimes I go to a university, they're graduating, and 58% of the graduates are women. I smile. But I also remember that in my time, we were 5%. So we still have a huge backlog that we need to pull up to have that, the skills that among the women. So 1.5, we need that for many reasons. And I think the government did look at those reasons. No sanitary pads. So the girls are not going to school for 4 days a month. That's already a huge disadvantage. How do you expect me to get the same marks as someone who goes every day? Yeah, so they keep me back. The children, the mother is sick, I have to look after the babies. The boys go to class. They're that kind of equalizer that is still missing, that still needs. So the 1.5, great. 30% in Parliament, Honourable Minister, we're looking for 51%, because that's what we are. We are 51%. Private sector is only MTN and Amos here. We are looking for our 51%. And if it takes 1.5, if it takes legislation, then it needs to be done. For us just to catch up, not because we are stupid, not because we are incapable, but because of that baggage. This was a patriarchal system. I began to understand these issues when I started working with the feminists. Before, I used to look at my sisters and say, look, I'm in the boardroom, why aren't you there? Kind of thing. How come I'm there? You are lazy or something. That's not the case. We are brought up differently. We have different opportunities, and many opportunities we're not given. The few of us who are given, Aggie, probably your mother loves you, your father loves you, you were sent to the best school. It's not the case with all the women. It's only a very small percentage that are like you and like me. And we had that, but they don't. So we must continue to pull up our sisters. And even on a one-to-one, ladies, how many of the women are you helping along? How many of your staff? We need to pull one another up. When I was at the UIA, these ladies, I really went out of my way for women in business because I had the opportunity. I had a seat, I had the forum. I don't anymore, but I'm looking for it to be able to continue doing that. So wherever you are, remember your sisters and pull them up. Not because they are deficient or anything, but the past. And we want the future to be different. And your children, start with your daughter. Someone here told you, start with your daughter. Your daughter is not going to have the problems that we had. Give her every confidence, let her ride the bike, let her climb the trees, let her sit the way she wants, give her a pair of jeans. And and for heaven's sake, no daughter kneels down. Don't be angry with me. I know we are Baganda, I'm very proud of my culture. Don't make your daughter kneel. Thank you.
Okay, Ruth, just share with us. I mean, every time I speak to females or I supervise females, I tend to think that they're not taking advantage of the God-given opportunities that females have. Because I think as mothers, as natural, there are certain advantages that women have that make us better managers than the male managers. Have you experienced any such insights, and what advice would you give to our fellow females?
Fantastic. My setting, though, is different. It's not your corporate setting, so I probably won't say that I deal with female managers, but I employ female lawyers. And of course, they grow through the ranks from junior to senior. And I'll tell you that over the years, and my two male partners are complaining that the male species are becoming extinct in the farm because we have, majority of our people are female. And because they are stable, because you're asking about qualities, they are stable. Once you address some of the issues that disturb us as family people, will you accommodate me when it's time for my maternity leave? How about if it goes on for longer than the statutory period? Are you going to be a listening employer? Are you going to take care of my children? Are you providing health care for kids? So those are the things that women want to hear. We want stability in the home, then I come and deliver at work. So those are the things that we need to look out for when we are dealing with our female colleagues. Then for me, when my family is okay, then I'm not worried, then I'm going to perform. But the other thing that helps, other than stability, is that the commitment. We find, at least at the farm, that we have that commitment. We will not hear female lawyers dealing out there, running smaller law firms within your law firm. And this, I know that is shared also with my other colleagues that are employing female lawyers. So there are some of those qualities about the ethical standards are higher amongst our female colleagues. The value system. You could talk to a female lawyer in my setting and you agree. The thinking is aligned. And you're almost sure that you'll move like that for at least 3 years, which you don't really get with the rest of our colleagues. So it's a bit of stability, commitment, family life. Are you addressing their issues as family people? And then people will settle in and deliver. I wanted to just add that, but you still see that women will, unless you do a bit of pushing, they will be comfortable. They will just be comfortable. So you have to push and tell them, you need to push the boundaries. You can't say, I wasn't able to because the judge shouted at me. You need to push the boundaries. Go back inside and ask the judge, I'm concerned why you talk to me like that in the presence of my client. Is there anything I should address so that I don't experience that again in the presence of my client? So it's about pushing boundaries and asking which areas should I be improving as a professional. And of course, building good networks. I know that women after work, we kind of just go home, which is okay. But let's build those networks that after work, we are able to lean on each other and support each other and talk to each other about opportunities that we know are happening elsewhere. So there is just so much that we can do as women.
Thank you. As we wait for the questions again, Hazel and Tim, would you help me with the questions? I just would like to probably take it up again from where you stopped and ask, again, the opportunities are there, and we keep talking about opportunities, push your boundaries, do more, do more. Maggie, as a person who's been at the helm of investment and business in particular, I know that business can be quite a challenge for many persons and women in particular. And obviously we've got quite a number of good success stories, but the majority are quite a number of businesses. Reduce that risk, because talking about risk management is how can we push ourselves a bit more and again reduce the risk, because you've got that small penny you've saved over the years and you're not so sure whether it will make a return. What advice can you give us?
As someone starting a business, the entrepreneurship course that she undertook, they are available everywhere. In Uganda Investment Authority has them, Enterprise Uganda, many other places. They are available at all levels. So a lot of the companies that fail, though, Aggie, are those little startups, really down there, the small ones. I do poultry today, I don't find out anything about it, bring some. So those are the ones that fail. The bigger ones do tend to go down and then come back up. But what do you need to do? Simply, the entrepreneurship, absolutely key. Absolutely key. The problems are there. So government, Amelia, we still have a lot to do. Business registration is still very complicated. It's still very, very hard for people to register their businesses. It's easier for the big ones because we have this institution called Uganda Investment Authority that looks after them, that makes it easy for the big ones. But what about every small business in the country? It has to come to Kampala, to the registrar. I know we're doing some work. I mean, there's a lot of work ongoing. So hopefully we need to focus on that. Make it easy for people to get out of the informal sector where you really cannot grow. You will have the taxman on you. You will have the police on you. So you need to register your business. And it is still difficult. The government is working on it. Hopefully it becomes much easier. But although it's difficult, it needs to be done. So that is really try because it's not easy. The infrastructure, Aggie, I'm a baker, power's gone. You know, my cakes are in there for the wedding. That's how bad it gets. That's how, I think Josephine, we remember a lot of problems with our electricity in her company. My farm, I have no power at the moment. It's not very far from here. So infrastructure, and really we want to thank the government because they're focused on that. Hopefully we shall all get infrastructure. The networking for the women is absolutely key. The guys at your table are your customers, they are your clients. Are you networking? And we don't. We don't go to the Kampala club. There's great networking there. The golf club, great networking. We don't go there as women because you're running back to the children and that is as it should be. So also maybe patience. You talked about impatience, that's happening. Opportunities do come at every age. So focus, work, family balance. Focus on your children when they need you. And very soon they don't need you. None of my children need me anymore. Yeah? But when they did need me, was I there? And that is something you need, we need to, those of you who have young children, that is your first responsibility. Look after the husband. Husbands are fairly easy. Ladies, they actually are easy. Think. They are not hard to please, are they? But give them time. They need time. They need attention. Those are some things that you can offer with a stretch because you have so many other things to do. But make sure there is some time for the husband. Keep your family happy and you'll be happy at the workplace. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. And as you know, MTN has empowered over 500 small businesses and continues to lead us in the digital world. I think at this point, I would like to take a few questions, probably 3 or 4, and then pass them to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Aggie. A few ground rules. Just, please tell us who you are and what you do, so the panelists can be more specific to the advice. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. We'll come to you. Sharifa and Joanita, please be mobile, such that when they raise their hands, you can go to the table to where they are, so we can bring the microphone over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening. My name is Zahara Nampeo, doctor. I'm a doctor of law. I teach law at Makeover University. And one of the subjects that I teach is gender and the law. So I relate a lot to what Dr. Maggie Chigozi was saying on some of her points. And I note, as I'm doing my classes, that the biggest hindrance to gender inequality for women in Uganda is not so much the lack of policy or laws, but is the lack of economic standing for women. Many women in Uganda are disadvantaged by factors such as lack of education, the unsupportive social structures that need to get approval from the husband to do this and the other, and of course our reproductive functions. And Judith, the panelist, mentioned that as women we should seize the opportunity. But I'd like to know a bit more specifically, how does MTN help these women, these smaller women, not us here, who can walk into a bank and get a loan, but the market women, the women who are, breaking the stones at the stone quarry, to seize the opportunity? How do we go out and be proactive and reach these women who don't have land, who can take loans? Thank you.
Another question? Is a hand? Oh, over here.
Good evening. My name is Aisha Naiga. I'm a partner at Kampala Associated Advocates. This question is for Ruth. In our field as lawyers, and also in some of the other fields, women actually have a disadvantage because even when the client comes, they want to deal with a male colleague, and they feel that male colleagues are probably better lawyers. How have you dealt with that as a challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we take one more, Aggie? One more? I'll cross over to the side.
Thank you very much. My name is Hilda Tadria. I work with young women. I want to thank the panelists. I really want to thank all of you for the different perspectives you have brought in for women. I have a question for you. You may not want to answer it, but I really would like an honest answer. We know that there is a lot, and I know it as a fact, because I have talked to women, young women. There is a lot of sexual harassment in a lot of our corporate organizations. My question is, have you experienced it? How have you dealt with it? How would you give an organization some advice about how to deal with sexual harassment, which is a very big silent illness in Uganda, in schools, in corporate organizations, everywhere? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Aggie. Oh, one more. One more, okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jackie Namara Rukare, and I'd like to address my question to the topic that was stated for today's event, the balancing act. We have multiple roles as women, and all of the panelists have alluded to the difficulty in striking this balance. So my question is, what practical tips can you share with us about how to actually go about striking this balance? Because if a woman gets an international posting, your husband says, bye-bye, see you. But if he gets the posting, you're expected to pack up your bags and escort him and put your career on hold, and not very many employers are willing to give you a chance to re-enter the workplace at the level you left. They'll say, you can come back, but start lower and work your way back out. You've been out of the system. So I'm really wanting some practical tips. They might come from the audience, but let's share.
Thank you, ladies. Some good questions coming out there. I think let's start with MTN, I guess. Judith, you were asked, how does MTN support the less privileged women in society?
Thank you very much. MTN as a company pursues a non-discriminatory policy. So that applies to whether you're a customer, that means a subscriber, whether you're a supplier or an employee. That speaks to the equal opportunities. And so how does that translate to the woman down there in the village? As a business, we have rolled out a lot of products. I don't know if anybody has worked with the mobile money product, but you'll find that the smallest duka down in the village is actually transacting a bank. That lady down there who did not do financial management is selling financial services on her phone and is getting some money out of it, or selling airtime, or is able to send money to the supplier or a customer instead of making the legwork that's taking that person there. So we're in the way of MTN actually actively allowing everybody to do business on behalf of MTN through being agencies of both mobile money or airtime, really pretty much the MTN products. And getting out to them is a very direct way in which MTN is supporting customers. To date, I can tell you, as a business, I think we have over 25,000 mobile money customer agents. And these agents are transacting, they're doing banking from the convenience of their houses on behalf of the company. In addition to that, of course, you have heard about the SME training. MTN has actively gone there to do SME training for small and medium enterprises. Last year, 2013, I can tell you that we're lucky to have had a woman, a lady. That's the lady who is running Dawn Children's Center. It's a special needs center in Bukoto. She won the award and was taken even up to South Africa to meet a certain set of people now and give her more skills. So does MTN train or does MTN support the women out there? Just through the supply chain? Yes, it does. Through the customers? Yes, it does. I don't know if that's very clear with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. The second question was about female lawyers and you know, the perception that probably the male lawyers are, you know, better than the female lawyers. And I probably think this also applies to other industries. So I think probably the insights could be shared across as well to you.
Thanks. And probably then that goes to my contribution to the setting today, that to have this conversation with just ladies might not be the most helpful thing, because you must engage the men. This conversation should be had with the men. And I'll tell you why. In the law firm that I worked with, Kalenge Wanka, the managing partner there, Mr. Kalenge, was bold enough one day to actually fire a client who felt that I was not as aggressive as opposing counsel when we had just returned from court. So he came back blazing and shouting and saying, "Put a man on my file, I don't want this young girl." And my boss said, "Hang on, you can have your file back. We need to respect our people." So now you need men who will stand by you as a professional or as a woman trying to do your job. And you shouldn't, and say, do not be victimized just because you're a woman. So you need men to understand. We need men in this conversation. They are a big part of this conversation. So that is how I would answer that. But also women, we need to be confident. We need to build our confidence levels. It's not easy, but you keep pushing yourself. How will I improve in building my confidence levels? In the legal circles, at least in litigation, for us who are court goers, you build your confidence levels by preparing 1,000%. Once you're prepared and you know your stuff, whatever happens, however much the other guy shouts, you don't care, you know your stuff, you can just reel it off. So it's some of those things. As any other professional, do you know your stuff? When you're in that boardroom and you're a manager, the board has called you to present, do you know your stuff? Can you just reel it off and leave them, you know, speechless, and leave them thinking, maybe she's due for a promotion? It is just upscaling our skills and taking our game to another level. That is how you deal with the people who think that you're inferior. But allow me to also add on to the question of how the grassroots woman can be helped. And I'll share our experience from the Uganda Law Society. Uganda Law Society has 10 legal aid clinics around the country. And in our legal aid clinics, we deal with the poorest of this nation. And you'll be very sad to hear that the poorest are actually the ladies. So for us, our clients in those clinics, majority, 90% are actually women. So people, and what we do there is that we deal with disputes where women are involved and children, and of course poor men, but because majority are women, where they can't afford to hire a lawyer to argue out their case. They don't have filing fees for their case. They don't have money to talk to a legal professional to sort out a boundary dispute. And you see, land is the biggest issue we experience in these legal aid clinics. And you see, land is the biggest economic factor we have in this country. So for me, at that level, I see that we contribute as Uganda Law Society when we are dealing with those issues at that level, because these people cannot afford to hire legal professionals to fight their battles for them. So that is how we can all make an impact in our different ways. And maybe professionals need to come up with the different ways they will provide pro bono services to all our women in this country that cannot afford our professional services. So that could be one of the ways we do it.
Okay, thank you. I think they also say that respect is earned. And probably one of the things that I would like to tell some of the ladies is
every challenge presents an opportunity. And if you come in at a point of a less privileged opportunity, you actually have the chance to shine. And you should grab that opportunity to actually show them and prove that you are a better lawyer, that you're a better manager, and that you're a better leader. So grab that opportunity because it's not expected. Everybody will think the woman is coming with inferiority complex, and surprise them. You know, in marketing, we call that gorilla attack. Just attack when they least expect you to do that, and, you know, you'll earn your respect. Okay, the third question was, I think, a very key question about sexual harassment for women. Have any of you ladies experienced harassment, and how have you dealt with it?
Well, I can take it up, Aggie. I would broaden it. It would be more than just sexual harassment. The way I would phrase it is, as a woman, have I ever, as a woman entrepreneur, have I been discriminated against, or have I experienced a situation where I'm treated as second class because of my gender? The answer is yes. Then I'll go to sexual harassment at corporate level in my company. Yeah, so as a woman in business, frequently especially in seed trade, and really the only woman running a leading seed house in Uganda. So you can imagine all my competitors, the leadership are all male. So many times when we are tendering or there are reasons to make any kind of presentation, they tend to think a woman's business plan may not be as smart as that of the main. So as a business leader, one of the things I realized was really you need to have the knowledge. You must demonstrate the skills, like Ruth said. And I always endeavor to read a lot. I take executive education. I'll go to the best business schools with my little savings. I make sure that I really am empowered, and when it comes to making presentation, when it comes to presenting a business plan, I outclass the guys. So that helps me to overcome the second-class treatment. But then at company level, yes, sexual harassment. I remember the case at our Gulu branch, and there was a gentleman and a lady who had started a relationship, and they were married, kind of. And I remember one time they brought their fights to the company, and what happened was, I think the guy was violent and really hit the lady, and she fell down. And you wouldn't believe it, when we went to sack the guy, this nice young lady came and said, you know, it's all my fault. Please let me be the one to stand down. I'm not going to let him go. They were working in the processing department. I was really shattered. And at that time, I realized we really must have a gender policy in place. It's not just for large organizations that run and have multicultures to manage. Even small SMEs, we must have a gender policy. So we incorporated a gender policy, and gender policy doesn't mean we just favor the females in the business. No, it's everybody must have an equal opportunity, but we realize that they need a lot of mentoring to understand that she has her rights, and it's not because in the African setting the woman must be the first to give in, even though she has been treated unjustly. So as a business, we do that, and even in our supply chain, we empower rural women. And you know, when we train them and we give them access to credit, it has reduced domestic violence because they have the financial means. And then we sensitize also, like Ruth highlighted, it's not just the woman. You have to sensitize the partner to support this project of growing seed for Victoria Seeds. It's going to benefit the family bringing. So those are some of the experience. So I think it cuts across both rural, even at our level. There are some hidden kind of, either it's not sexual harassment directly, but discrimination that we have to prepare ourselves to cope with, Aggie.
Probably, I don't know whether that fully answers the question, and I don't know if you could take it a bit more on the sexual harassment agenda, because I think we know that quite a number of young ladies, face this problem. Before you get shortlisted, you need to be able to compromise on this. Before you get that promotion, I need to go on a date with you. Is this a real problem, and how can we address it?
Indeed, it's a real problem, and I think part of the problem is the fact that we are not ready to have an honest conversation about it. I think we are still very fearful to actually face that topic and thrash it out. So even within the professionals, you'll get a client who is a professional, an accomplished person. They've had a bad experience, and at that point, they just want you to listen. They are saying, I'm not keen on any punishment, but I want you to listen. And so you're wondering, so if we don't want to punish these people, if we don't want, forgive me as a lawyer, I'm looking for a remedy, a legal remedy. But then many times we get these, and then when you tell them that these are the legal remedies, and they say, no, I just wanted, you as a counselor to listen to me. So it's us. Are we ready to face this conversation and agree that this is how we are going to take the fight on? Are we open to having a thorough discussion? But we can also address it from another angle, that if we have every employer have a policy, a gender mainstreaming policy. I know the judiciary also launched recently a gender mainstreaming policy, because those issues were also coming up within the judiciary. So it's all of us that within our own settings we would have policies that deal with these issues. And then as employers, we are able to implement them. I personally had a case where way back, in fact, I think the second month of my law firm, a lady had issues, and the husband was working with an international, the man was working with an international organization. So I got in touch with the HR in that organization, and I told them, I'm going to bring this to your attention, and I'm writing a letter, and you need to put that guy in check. I'm not sure whether that was a legal method. I think for me, the woman in me was reaching out to help another woman. When I look back, I'm like, but I didn't establish the facts and all that, but, I reached out, and it actually worked very well. The guy actually came to the law firm, we had a meeting, he apologized to the woman and all that, and the lady was given some compensation. But those are ad hoc things, but I'm sharing that you can, in your own little setting, you can then fight for that woman who has experienced that particular thing. You can be creative and help, but that is really reactionary. So the proactive way is to have these policies in place within our organizations, have conversations like this in our organizations. Again, do you have a day when you put aside to talk about gender issues in your organization, for example? And then people may not have to say it's this one or the other, but people will have to say, for me to improve the working environment for me, I think this is what my organization should be doing for me. My organization should be able to punish male co-workers who do the following things. So it's a conversation, but we need to be ready to have it within our own settings.
Maybe Aggie, can I touch on from the ladies, from us, the women's side? I think a lot of this is expected by us. Culturally, we do tend to be very polite as women. So your no is not powerful enough. You're not saying it in a way that it really, and many men seem to think our no's are yes anyway. So I think Hilda, who asked the question, is doing a wonderful job with a group of young girls. I think it's the future we need to look at. When I hear what the campus girls are saying about my boyfriend, and then my other boyfriend man friend, who supplies my needs, which is the phone and the TV and the car and you know what. And, I begin to think, have we got a lost generation there? How can we reverse that? Because it's really bad. This young generation, you take it for granted that, yes, I have my husband at home, but this is also okay because we need this and we need the other. And therefore they allow these things to happen because of their needs. So how do we change that? And it really is, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the young girls and young children. Give them the confidence. Give them the knowledge. Now, the men don't know either. They actually often think you are flattered, you know. He's telling you you're beautiful. That's not what I came here to hear about. I came here to do my work. And you are, you know, really going off point. But they don't know that that is wrong. So it is this dialogue, this talking about it. Violence is another one that seems to be acceptable. 56% of Ugandan women are beaten by their husbands. And it sort of is, it's okay. Of course it's not okay. Nobody beats you, ever. You're a human being, you have your own rights. So we need to go back. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to get our children, my grandchildren, my daughter, my granddaughter, nobody beats them. They know that. They know that. And that's what we need to do. And now that lost generation that has it all wrong, how can we get them back? And I think Hilda has an excellent project, and there are many other projects like that, where you bring those girls on board, talk to them, dialogue with them, and raise their confidence. So I think that we need to do more.
Okay, thank you. And the last question was from Jackie about the balancing act. Is there any such thing as balancing the act, and can we share actual tips on how a mother, a career woman, an entrepreneur, a wife, and a selfie can actually balance this act of success and business in women? Probably.
Thank you. The balancing act, that which they call work-life balance. My experience actually I've come to the conclusion that probably there is no such a thing as work-life balance. I have come to a conclusion that it is called work-life sacrifice. Yes. I have come to that conclusion. And it's taken me, I've worked for the last 17 years, and it's taken me that length of time to accept that, you know, this thing we are calling work-life balance, let's be realistic. When I get home after midnight, because I've been doing certain things at the office, I'll say I'm balancing because I'll be home on Sunday. But that's not work-life balance. I am sacrificing a few things today so that I am able to so that my children are able to get a few things tomorrow. So for me, I have accepted that it is actually work-life sacrifice. To sacrifice a few things today so that I am able to deliver tomorrow what I need to deliver tomorrow. The opportunity cost could be at home, that I'm not at home all the time or for the hours I should be at home, could be at the office. But of course, because there's less stress at home, you're better off being at the office. So the time that you're sacrificing is the time at home. It comes with the cost, but that is the cost of the territory that you're going to have to conquer. Thank you.
Okay, Judith has crafted her balance, her work-life sacrifice. Do you agree, Ruth?
And that's why I like such forums, because you learn. So thank you for teaching me that one. But also I think then maybe it answers what I always, wondered in my own thoughts. Could you really have a work-life balance? It's kind of difficult. But I think the one actual tip for me, which I'll share, and my husband is here, so I have to be very honest, is that your husband, your spouse, must be with you, and you agree. Who picks the child? Who drops? When you go through your week, and you are, like some of us are real hustlers. It can be tough. So if your spouse is not there to understand that you have this hectic life and they can chip in and that you can share schedules, then it can be difficult. So for me, one actual tip is that you as partners, you sit down and agree on your week that this is the schedule. Will you help here? Are you able to do this? Can you, and then will you come back late so that we don't have to wait for you, for dinner, so that you don't find people sulking. So it's actually being honest with your partner and all spouse and agreeing. And I just finished a book called Lean In, and I think the lady, she's the CEO of Facebook. She's saying that we need to ask our men to sit at the kitchen table, and then as we also seek to sit in the boardroom tables, for example. So it is that balance that are the men going to hear us and come and sit with us, you know, in those other tables that are not necessarily the powerful tables, but then they make our life a lot easier. So it's that, you know, the person that you're living with, can you share with them and can they understand you? For me, that is the actual one tip I can share.
Thank you. Josephine, is there any such thing as work-life balance?
Work-life balance for a single woman. Interesting. Yeah. But honestly, in our setting, even when you're single, you always have an extended family. You'd all agree with me. So personally, I've been a guardian to very many young girls in my family, and I've adopted one. So to me, work-life balance takes on a new meaning to get my motivation and my drive. As a single woman, I have a relationship with my God, and I value that relationship very much. So that is where I get the drive, the motivation to continue doing what I'm doing. So I take my balancing act by spending time, just like I work for Victoria Seeds, I do God's work as well by sharing the Bible, preaching, then I go to the Kingdom Hall for worship. So I believe that is what helps me as a single woman to get the drive and the courage to do the right things, and also associate with people whose values are really from the Bible, and that keeps me on focus so that it's not just running a business for money, but running a business to add value to other people's lives. So I value that relationship, and I think that is how I balance.
Okay, before I get to Maggie, I think Ruth has another extra insight, and then we'll get to the high table for some extra comments on this subject matter. Ruth?
Okay, from an employer's point of view, and I think many multinationals are doing it, it's the employers also, now is round about the time for employers to understand that people have a life. So, you know, there ought to be a work-life balance policy of sorts in the workplace. And so that people understand that when you are sick, you are actually sick. You can't deliver. So it's the employers to start understanding us also and addressing those, you know, in terms of flexi time, in terms of working from home with now the IT and gadgets and devices. Must I be seated at my desk? Must you see me so that then you know I'm being productive? So I think the employers also must now also look inward and see how do they support the work-life balance of their employees.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Maggie?
Okay. Maybe I've lived a little longer than most of you. Opportunities come at any stage of your life. So just because your classmates, and you are 25 or something, 30, just because, well, you look 30. Just because your classmates, you've looked after your children. I took a year off to look after my youngest son because I had that opportunity. So I really treasured that year. We were able to bond, and that's how you have that super confident star. He had his mother, the whole of me, seated at home with him for a whole year. All right? So there's a time for everything, and opportunities come at any time. Now, you take that time when you're staying at home with your children, when they're really young, to build up your CV. All right? Do the typing course, do the computer course, do the, you know. So yes, I'm staying at home, but I also now know how to swim perfectly. Impress my children with my great front crawl. You know, those sorts of things. Build up your own confidence. No more than anyone in the room. I think somebody touched that. Any meeting you go to now with Google, what can't I find out? Say a word, and in 2 minutes I have the definition, and I actually know more than most people about it. So make sure you know, so that when the opportunity knocks, and now you have the time, you are ready to take up whatever comes. So work-life balance, I agree there are times when you need to focus on your family. There are times when you can then go all out. And, being a single has its advantages in the workplace. And you'll find a lot of the successful women are actually, either widows or single women or whatever, because they didn't have that pressure to also, look after another person. Another adult, mind you, so you shouldn't really need looking after. But, the third baby or the fifth baby or whatever, we need, and you can keep him happy. You keep him happy, you're happy as well. So I think while work-life balance is important, is for you to take time on it and plan for it and know that it is a problem. I think a lot of you just think, okay, I have to work, so I'm not going home, right? I never believed my husband if he came back and told me he was in a board meeting until midnight. That was war. I sit in board meetings up to midnight. So I now know that, they do sit in board meetings up to midnight. So, so work-life balance, I think, is a problem that you need to think out. You need to think out and be patient and be reliable and learn to say no, ladies. In our culture, we don't say no. Would you please do this? Yes. Would you please speak at this forum? Yes. Would you learn to say no and emphatically say no when you really are being stressed?
Okay, thank you, Maggie. I think that's a big one. Learn to say no, choose your priorities, and define what you mean by work-life balance. I think you can define it. I'm a very big proponent for work-life balance, but I define my work-life balance the way I design it. So I don't think there's a cut-out model for work-life balance, but I think you can define based on what you want to do in life and what you're pursuing in life. Would like the high table to make some comments about, I think, work-life balance. And the Minister, you're welcome to this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The panelists, chairperson, all protocol observed. I'm really impressed to see that MTN has become so gender sensitive. I appreciate that. Most members of the corporate world, once they get successful, they don't think about gender at all. They just think about making money. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me. I would like to comment on 2 issues, or 3. Number 1, you talked about the 1.5 for universities. 1.5 is very important. I would like to emphasize the fact that Uganda is one of the few countries in Africa that have come out on affirmative action for women. When you look at UPE, USE, unfortunately there's some dropouts. We need to control that. But you can see that these are foundations for our women to become successful, especially those in the rural areas. We all know very well that women constitute about 51% of our population, but only 12% of these are economically active and are in the informal sector. Another point I'd like to bring out is that, don't you think that as we grow more successful, we are also prone to contamination? We are contaminating our success. How? When you see young women in the media every day, naked, nobody protests. In the magazines, in newspapers, nobody protests. If someone is selling a car, who markets it? A naked woman. There must be a picture of a naked woman nearby or a lady lying on that car. What do we do about it? Do we come out and protest? We have become marketing tools. Why? We claim we are in our own rights, we're liberated, but we allow that. That's one. Another one. Why do we become very ambitious sometimes? Well, you can't be ambitious in your career, but as you grow, you want to partner with a wealthy partner. For example, a husband. Oh, I have a rich man. I have a rich date. Why do you bring yourself to that level? Oh, I'm going out with so-and-so. Oh, you know, he's that guy who has this fast car. Really? You're already successful. You're contaminating your success. Multiple relationships. Maggie talked about it. I've listened to young people's conversations sometimes. And you hear, oh, I'm going so-and-so because, you know, he gives me enough money. I'm doing this. She's married, but she has other relationships because she wants to make more money. Negatively ambitious. We need to detoxicate our fraternity. It's contaminated. The last point, grassroots women. We always talk about the grassroots women, but we need to address these issues right from reproductive health. Most of these young girls are the ones who get pregnant when they're very young. They are vulnerable. So if you don't educate them about reproductive health, their mothers need to know about this. And then after that, you can train them in entrepreneurship. But what is most important is knowing their rights. Are you sure training them in knowing their rights? I tried to introduce that. I met a group of women, and I was trying to tell them about their rights because some of them are in polygamous arrangements. And when I mentioned it, they said, no, but those are your things in the city. For us, we want to talk about money. We want money. Have you brought money? So you can see they're running away from it. So I've heard there are so many lawyers here. Have you taken a session to the village to teach these women about their rights? Because they don't know. They're in polygamous arrangements. They're harassed, domestic violence. They are subjects of torture. So we need to look at that if we want to give them a good life. Even if you train them in entrepreneurship, but they don't know their rights, they will remain in a vicious cycle of poverty. Finally, sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is all around us. The comments they make, they touch you here and there. If you are passing, vulgar conversations, especially when they see a lady around, and we laugh. And they think we enjoy it. So these are some of the issues we need to bring out. But there is another silent evil that people do not talk about. And it applies to rural and urban youth, women. Incest. Incest is a serious issue. It is very silent. I have an organization called Twezimbe, and I train these young girls, those who have become pregnant. I train them, but I counsel them as well. But what has shocked me, that 50% of those pregnant young girls are victims of incest. And none other than their fathers, their brothers, their uncles, because of the mode of the way they live, of accommodation. They live in one room. The father is staying right there. The mother's gone to the market. The father takes advantage. And it is very common. But whenever I attend all these sessions on women, I have never heard people talking about this. But it is a very serious issue. Even here, in the cities. So please, let us put it high on our agenda. That one, and also detoxicating our success. Naked women, letters in the papers. You find in red paper, double pages of women. Why? What are they proving? And we enjoy looking at them. You open, oh, this one has a nice figure. Oh, the other, nice dress. Oh, what, if the dress is there at all. So I'd like to thank you very much. But I congratulate women for being so successful. Let us work harder, but we need to clean up some of these issues. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. We do a couple of questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions. I think those were some very good insights as we take the questions. I think it's food for thought for women on how we can address the issues that are holding us back.
Okay, thank you, Aggie. We'll do a question from here. Remember, you tell us who you are and what you do, so the feedback can be specific.
Elizabeth Kizito, Operations Manager for Afrique Suits, Mutungo. Judith, what role has mentorship played in your career, and do you have a professional support group? I'll tell you why I ask. MTN should get up and improve more on supporting women in the hospitality industry. I have a dream. I'm going to run Serena in the next 5 years. And I'll be the first female ever. We have no support for female in the hospitality industry. I've been challenged, I've managed places, to date, still men, only female. Hospitality generates one of the biggest income for our country concerning tourism. So we would appreciate if women in business could look into that area too. You know, it's all about that and that and that, but hospitality is something that women, we fear. I've worked for male bosses only. It's been a pleasure. I've had the most wonderful bosses. But it's very challenging, and I would love to see more women managing hotels, managing guest houses, managing anything to do with hospitality. Judith, please answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a tall order.
Thank you. There's another question, I think, over here. We'll do 3 over this side and 3 to the right.
Mine was just a comment on the work-life balance. My name is Susan. I work with Vision Group. I think our major challenge as women is that we tend to compare each other. Judith is doing this well, so I should be able to do this well. But I think we each must find our groove and find what works for us. Some of us have husbands, some of us are widows, some of us are single, and the work-life balance, there's no one model that fits all. So I think each of us must find our groove and find what works for us and avoid comparing what the other successful woman says works for her, because surely everyone is walking their own path, is walking their own journey, and we must find what works for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question from this side of the audience, then we'll go to the other side.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lois Bugari Kalenge. I'm the founder and director of Physiotherapy Services located in Bugolobi. And we also run the Physiotherapy Center at Nakasero. And we just expanded another center in Kigali. My question, I think, goes to Mrs. Dr. Kigozi. Yeah, we've been trying to give very good services in physiotherapy, which has been quite new in Kampala. And it is a need that is expanding, but our problem is funding. I'm glad that MTN invited me to this forum, and I think you also mentioned that at times we don't know where to get information or where to address our questions. So I thought I would address it here and find out if there's any way either government or whatever can give us some grants or some funding whereby we get good equipment, which would, of course, if we get such funding that would not have come from banks where the interest loans are so high, would continue to give good services but keeping the prices low. So I'd like to know how and where one can access such funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll quickly move to the right side of the audience. Well, we'll take 3 questions as well. Oh, 3, okay. Thank you. Let's start with this table. I think we've been there before. Let's start with there.
Thank you very much. My name's Gaba Diana. I am an engineer by profession. And I'm really grateful that we have people that have, the likes of you that have really made the women shine. But the challenge I see is that there are people who have gotten the same opportunity that you have and have actually killed the opportunities for the next generation. You have a woman who has been put in position, but because she has failed to perform, the perception is that women can't perform. Then the next, like she said, the last woman maybe who was a lawyer, head of LDC was 1996. Why did we have that long period to have another lady? Maybe the last, I'm not saying the last person didn't perform, but we have had that challenge. So what advice you give the ladies that are already in those positions to make sure that they make us shine, so that the young generation are also able to be seen as capable individuals? Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We'll just come to one more question here.
Thank you. My name is Christine Ampere. I work with CodeSync. I'm a founder there. I have just one question. Maybe it's more of an observation and a question wrapped into one. So most of the ladies who are here are from areas of privilege. We went to good schools. We had, went to good universities. We worked hard. We got where we are, right? So sometimes I feel we are a bit blind to the privilege that we have. And we create this group of elite women who are not maybe doing enough for other women. I could give an example of, we have scenarios where a woman is proud to say, I'm the only woman in this company, I'm the only girl who has done this much. And they're comfortable and we get praise for that. But then that creates the whole scenario of where we as women, as much as we point fingers to the men making us uncomfortable in the workplace and not doing enough to push us up there, we need to also look at ourselves and see where we are doing it wrong. When a girl gets a promotion, probably they'll assume she's giving sexual favors to the boss, or they'll assume she's pretty. She got that because she looks good. And these are fellow women who are assuming these things most of the time. And I'm wondering, how do we as women create this environment where we are aware of, where everyone is aware of what discrimination is, what exactly it is? Because some of us are blind to this. I didn't know what sexual harassment was. I didn't know what gender bias was. Maybe because the kind of personality I am, I'm confident and I don't really look around for those things. But these things are there. And the more I went to these women events, that's when I realized there is bias and there is gender, there is all these things happening. So what do we need to do as women to make sure that as we get up there, we do not forget the people behind us and we are open to the biases and the discrimination and we are lifting each other up instead of doing the other things we normally do? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Christine. And I'll come to the back because we've only been taking questions from the front. Let me go to the real back.
Thank you, Stephen. My name is Winnie Banage. I'm the Corporate Sales Manager, MTN Uganda, and I work with MTN Business. Thank you very much all for honoring our invitation. Before I ask my question, I'd like to comment. We were earlier discussing inferiority as women. I'd like to point out that in the few years that I've worked professionally, it is always better to present yourself as a person that can do the job other than as a woman. If they want someone who is a lawyer, you'd better be a lawyer first and then a woman. As women, we always advance the inferiority of womanhood ourselves. I'm a woman, maybe I may not be able to do this. I'm a woman, maybe I may not be able to do the other. But what they need is a lawyer. You're a lawyer first, then you're a woman. No one is interested in your sex if you can do your job. So please go out there. Let's be who we are supposed to be before we be what we actually are in the professional world. That's what I have learned. And then to my question, I'd like to ask the panelists, Dr. Maggie, for a lot of younger women, we would like to know, I know this has been explored very many times, but for a lot of younger women, we would like to be ambitious. We want to be successful at the workplace. We want to be successful at home. It is very difficult for us. We have young families. We want to do well, do our jobs well. That means putting in extra hours. That means putting in extra hours at school and at work. And if we have young families, that means also we must put in the hours at home for our husbands, for our children. It is very difficult for us to know where to draw the line. How can I be both successful at my home? How can I be successful at work without making any one of each of those suffer? Maybe you would help us throw some light on that. We wouldn't want any of the aspects in our lives to suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie. And lastly, Aggie, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, not everybody could make it to this event today. However, we've been able to stream the proceedings with the help of NTV to women all over Uganda, and I've been able to post quite a couple of questions. I think this is a very inspiring event. We've chosen 2 for now, and I'd like to pose them to the panelists in no particular order. The first one comes from a lady known as Christina Nawaji. She asks, what business can I start up? I have some good capital, but I don't know what business I should set up. Please advise. The second question is Tapiwa, who is asking that given the recent miniskirt legislation that was passed, what advice do you give to us as young ladies in a very competitive workplace? I think it's about dress code. Thank you, Aggie.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll start with Elizabeth's question to Judith. The question was, do you have a mentor, and what role has that person played in your career?
Thank you, Aggie. Thank you, Elizabeth. Yes, I've got a mentor. I got an opportunity to work in Nairobi, in Kenya, when I worked in Lafarge. So in 2005, I got a mentor. This person has been arguably one of the people that has influenced my career to this position. And not just career, but even my life. Because my relationship with the mentor also includes talking to them even about my marriage. Because somehow, if things are going wrong at home, then, or not as right as they should be, then there's something that's happening in my career also. Yes, I have a mentor. What role have they played in my life? They've guided me. Sometimes you need a soundboard to pass your decisions through. And I can tell you that things are not always straight. So you need that one person that you talk to who has gotten a good picture of your life and can talk to you with a very straight face and say, you know, Judith, here you got it wrong, or I suggest you move in this direction, and to whom you can account. Because you see, at home you can always give excuses. At work, you know, it's here and there. But to this one person, they expect you to account for the actions that you agreed you would deliver. So this mentor I've had, he lives in Kenya, but he's guided me. I account to this person, career-wise, and in terms of a lot of the decisions that I do in my life. And I think they've guided me really. It's guidance and accountability and direction. And for me to look up to this person and feel inspired, because I've looked at this person progressing through the ranks. He's right now a big MD in one of the leading banks in Kenya. And I've seen him progress up to that level. I don't think he hit the jackpot. So I get inspired every time. And I realize that if I can follow his advice and walk in his steps, the sky is below the limit to what I can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. There with the role of a mentor, I guess the advice there is we should all identify mentors, because you always need a sounding board.
There's a part I didn't say. Because of the benefits of mentorship, because I've benefited largely, really, out of it, I am also mentoring a few other people, ladies specifically, because I found that it's easier for me to talk to them. They're more committed. They will follow up. When I say we meet at this time, we meet. They account and tell me facts. So I have about 6 ladies I'm mentoring. Thank you.
Well done, Judith. Well done with that. Okay, I think another question from Luis there for Dr. Maggie. How and where can we find support? I think financial support for a physio equipment business.
Okay. First of all, Lois, congratulations, thank you. I think that's an area that has been seriously neglected. It needs professionalization, though, because you'll now be competing against very much, people who actually don't even know the business, just in there. So from the government side, what we would need is proper regulations, and so that it can become a professional kind of opportunity. The funding. First of all, Lois, I think before you're looking for things, I'm glad you have started. You need to take the first step. Accept to start small. I know you may be very ambitious, but start small. And you've already done that, which is great. And then begin to seek funding. I know IFC, International Finance Corporation, has funding for women that is in a few banks for women projects. With the support of government, of course. These are guarantees. They are particularly focused on the health sector right now. I know the big hospitals are being able to buy scanners and things like that. Whether it comes down to the small physiotherapists, you need to find out. You need to find out. And we have people who work in IFC, or you can deal with the banks that IFC deals with, and I know DFCU is one of those. So we are glad you're there, Lois, and we want to see you succeed. Good. Are you registered with the Uganda Investment Authority? Maybe not. They have lots of opportunities. They have things that they do. Have you gone to Enterprise Uganda to train in the way that she did? Then you will know that actually maybe you don't even actually need the grants. You can run your business. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Some good advice coming there. The other two questions seem to be a little bit similar, but I'll probably pose this to either Ruth or Judith, but probably the question was, what advice can you give women in leadership today to ensure that probably they keep the flag flying and, give more opportunities to other women coming up? What advice can you give? The other question also was saying, how can we ensure that women issues are kept on the table, on the agenda item for discussion? I don't know if you can take these as two or one. Probably, Ruth, you could start with the first, and then the discrimination one can come as the other. So what advice can you give women in leadership today to ensure that, you keep the flag high and create more opportunities for other ladies to come to the high table?
The one that quickly comes to mind is the fact that once you have a chance to sit where power lies, you must excel. Leave a mark of excellence so that you don't kill it for the next person. So that, we take away that thinking that you came to the table because you're a pretty woman. You must leave a mark of excellence in whatever you do. And then be able to mentor, like what Judith has said. Mentor, and I am having a conversation like this within the legal professionals, that who are you mentoring? Not just for women, we're also actually asking the men. Especially for us in the legal sector, is that the men are the majority of the employers of our female lawyers. So we can only ask them to actually mentor our people, because they are the majority. So we are asking people, whoever is in a leadership position, please look out for that person, mentor them. But this is a two-way street, that mentoring will not find you, lazy, you don't meet your deadlines, you're mediocre, I actually believe that the people who deserve mentorship are those ones that have actually pushed the boundaries. They are trying to excel. They are looking for information. They are hungry, So, and then you quickly see them. Then you say, okay, calm down. Let's manage, here and there. So, the two things that I say that can bridge that gap is for us, for each one of us who has an opportunity to sit where power lies, leave a mark of excellence, but also mentor like 6 people. That's a good number. Leave your mark again with another person, and then let the other people pay it forward. In fact, most people should be thinking in terms of paying it forward, that once I mentor 6, ask them also to be looking to helping another person within their, within their organization or within their family. The other one I've also shared with the young people that come to me is that look out for other people in other areas. For example, recently I told a lady lawyer who was looking for opportunities, how do I break into the legal world? It's cutthroat, it's men's world. I told her, look out for other professionals. Meet once a week. Create a network of a doctor, an architect, an engineer, a marketeer, Just choose, people with whom you can share ideas and with whom then you can start a referral network, okay? Then, and again, you account to each other because each one, you come to the table clean with your fears and say, these are my fears. This is what I want to achieve. You have an honest conversation with your network. Why I say that it's in different group professions, because then you don't want to be competing. If you have a collection of 10 lawyers, then they are going to be competing. So bring those professionals with whom you're not in direct competition and you're comfortable referring work to them. Come back and account and say, this was my challenge. Your colleagues are going to be sharing how they went through that challenge. Go back, try the advice they've told you. Meet again Wednesday, after work or coffee, whatever your timing is, and hold each other accountable and hold each other as you progress as young professionals into then role models for the other young upcoming people.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruth, with that answer. I guess it's the whole issue of the institutional mindset that women have or people have around us. And then that takes us to the other question, the second last question, which is about how can we ensure that women issues are continuously addressed? Josephine, you want to take that?
Wow, women's issues are continuously addressed. Again, in my sector, 80% of the food we eat in this country are produced by women. The smallholder farmers are all women. And there's there are crops that are left with women. All of us eat beans, or at least we ate it in school. All the farmers of beans are actually women. The men go for coffee, they go for maize, they go for what they call is the cash cow, the difficult crops, the legumes. It's all women. So I still go by what we hinted on earlier. It's not just about bringing women issue. We have to engage the men. We have to get male champions. So to me, the women issues are, in my area, will be specific. If they are doing most of the food production, then we need to find finances that can help them get out of their poverty trap. Because if the rural woman does not control household assets, if she does not own the land, it either belongs to her father first, then her husband, then in old age her son. She doesn't own any land. Then how can such a woman really get out and borrow money and stand on her own and improve a lot? Or at times, even when she's widowed, the relatives take all the property. So I think it starts by empowering them in terms of literacy. In my area, we provide training so that even their skills as producers make them actually economically empowered. So when they get the seed or crop protection product, they're going to get those returns. And we sign up contract with them in our supply chain. But also some other empowerment is educating them. The gender policy cannot just be for corporates, even like I mentioned to you, even at rural level, but it's challenging for a small company like ours. So we find partners like ABI Trust who helps us to really train and sensitize them, not just only gender policy. We incorporate entrepreneurship so that this rural woman can on her own become a businesswoman. Either whatever crop she produces, she's able to market and she understands market dynamics. So to me, as a business, I wouldn't have achieved if I did not empower the community where I operate. So that is what has made our business actually stand out. We go out there and endeavor to empower the community. And I'm very passionate. When I speak about community, I speak about the women. So I focus on the women, farmers who are women. So that's how I get to do it. And at corporate level, I mentor, and I've had people leaving my company and starting their own businesses, and I'm proud of it because I've actually mentored them and made them the people they are today. So it's not just about holding out and being the only woman who runs a seed enterprise in Uganda. No, it's about passing as a role model. I want to inspire every other woman to believe in themselves, not think I must have a rich relative who will give me a pool of money and then I start a business. No way. Once you're smart upstairs, I'm telling you, there's always money looking for a home. The money will find you, the young lady, the woman. So to me, I must inspire them to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think from our audience from the streaming, probably this could be for Maggie. One lady has got enough capital. She's simply looking for that good business idea. How can she start?
That's a terrible question for me. I spent 12 years talking about opportunities, so if you're ready for 2 hours of me, you've got me. But anyway, Christine, first of all, you need to love what you do. Talking about seeds, she goes crazy. Talking about legal affairs, you know, you need to love what you do. So can you think, what is it that you enjoy? That's a good start. Then develop a vision around that, and then do the entrepreneurship skills training, which will really help you. You've already saved, so you're way above 99% of Ugandans. We don't save, so you've been doing that, and that is very good. Now you've got some capital, and that can, used properly, you can actually get more capital now that you already have some. What sector? Agriculture is now interesting. Agriculture was not interesting before. The prices were so low, but now you can sell your chicken at 20,000, 40,000 at Christmas. You can sell matoke, 50,000 at Christmas. Those are very simple things to grow. So good business, agriculture, and especially food. The Kenyans want your food, everybody. Tourism, we heard about the hospitality. There was a question on hospitality, and the women are doing very well in this area. It can be a simple thing, backpackers village. It can be a tourism potential, a cultural site. Amos is here, so you know, he will fault me. But there are so many opportunities in the tourism sector. What can you do with that money? Look at that. Is that of interest to you? There's the housing. I think that's an easy business. We see a lot of women what in Luganda we call landlord. You can't become a landlord overnight, especially since you already have money. Put some, you know, commercial buildings up, put some housing, and you're already in business. But do it commercially. I think the message coming out of here is don't just throw your money away. Ladies, don't just throw away your money. Start by thinking, envisioning, planning, learning. Sector, if you've chosen the sector, know it from A to Z. Because otherwise something will trip you. You will forget the vet and all your chicken. You spent all your money on 1,000 chicks. They will all die. Why? You're ignorant. So just do the homework. The other sectors, now we have interesting oil and mining. We have interesting, what else? The service sectors. We are lucky we are so educated. So it's the service sectors, it's ICT, it is the financial sector. You know, there's so many opportunities. I won't stop if I start. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, but probably some again added information before I probably throw the question about miniskirt legislation to our Honorable Minister of Gender. I think, again, Uganda Investment Authority conducts a survey every year on the top 100 businesses that you can invest in, with clear landmarks of the investment levels, the risks, and all this. Again, this is information that is readily available. So again, that was something that you can look at in terms of where to put your hard-earned money. And our last question, which was really about the miniskirt legislation, I would like to probably pass this to our Honorable Minister for Gender, who is here, to give us some insights into the pros and cons of this piece of legislation to the women and gender in business.
Thank you very much. MTN, thank you so much. This sharing, this inspiration is great. And actually, I have written to you in my capacity as Minister of Gender that we should partner together to fight this gender-based violence. So I really hope, MTN, you'll come back to me with a positive answer. These SMS messages we can send, are you listening? Very good. We can use your SMS platform because gender-based violence is something we have to fight and fight real hard. Now, having said that, there is nothing about the miniskirt in that pornography law. It only talks about pornography. And let me tell you, pornography had gone to very, very ugly heights in this country. But it is the idle men out there waiting to see just a little bit of skin of a woman, and they take advantage. If I had my way, I would undress them. But then, I would look like them. We cannot go on like this. The anti-pornography law is there to protect the children, to protect the young people. And if any idiot goes on taking the law into their own hands, down there, we are looking at them. You look at a woman's small breasts and you think you should undress them. But having said that, you see now it is incumbent upon the parents, because you don't want to see your young daughter walking naked. Absolutely not. If she's indecently, dressed, you call and say, no, my dear. Sometimes my girls told me, said, when we are going for a party and we dress, and then we come and ask you, are we smart? And you say, yes, we go and put off those clothes. Because you are creating us in your image. So we go and change them and put on something that our age mates will find great. And I told them, if you put on something, one time I missed a belt, one of my big belts. And I told Joanne, when she was going for a party, I said, that thing you are wearing suspiciously looks like my missing big belt. So is it a belt? Is it a dress? And that's where we come in. We have got to put some value, and it is us, really, who have got to tell the girls. But as for miniskirts, we are going to get those who are doing that. Having said that, I am concluding this business of sexual harassment. Thank you, MTN, for having that gender policy. One time, I asked one of my friends, a man, I said, have you ever been sexually harassed? He said, I've never had the good luck. So they think it is theater. They think it is a favor. But it is real. And my ministry is rolling out a research program, July this year, and the girls are going to speak. It is terrible, this sexual harassment. Behind the doors, you look at a man, he looks decent. When the door is closed, not all of them, before it closes, they become animals. We must stop it. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think this comes to the tail end of our debate. I think, as seen and noted, clearly the role of women in driving the micro and macroeconomic factors of our business and the country is undisputed. What we start here is a compelling conversation on what we need to do, how we need to do it, and how we can sustain it. The advantages that are present are certainly enormous. It is up to us, the structures and the systems, to enable us to tap into this talent and show the world that the women are in control. I would like to wrap this up by once again thanking our panelists for a job well done. Not many women can come and take this stage. You have demonstrated that you can do it, and encourage the other ladies to also share their success stories. It is through these stories that we are inspired and motivated to take the next leap of faith. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
A round of applause to the panelists. Another round of applause to the panelists who have been very wonderful, inspiring, and I'm sure if I, as a gentleman, can feel like I can take over the world now, I can only imagine what the ladies feel like. You know, it's been very powerful, very inspiring. I can't wait to hit the ground running. Thank you very much, our Women in Business. I'm going to, I'd like to invite our CEO, Mr. Mazen, to come and give his remarks. A round of applause for Mr. CEO Mazen.
Honorable Mary Karuru Akurut, Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Our chief guest, thanks for coming and joining us. As well, we welcome once again our Honorable Amelia Chiambade, Minister of Trade and Industry. As well, once again, thank you, the Chief Moderator, Mrs. Aggie Konde, the Managing Director of NTVUganda. As well, big thanks and great panel members that we have just watched the big debates and the questions and the answers. Dr. Maggie and Mrs. Ruth, the President of Uganda Law Society, and our GM, MTN Business, or GM Business Risk Management, Judith, and as well, Mrs. Josephine, the Managing Director for Victoria Seeds Limited. Distinguished as well, we welcome the judges, that we have them as well with us today. Mr. Charles Ambiri, the Chairman for MTN Uganda. Mr. Amos, the Founder and Managing Director for Great Lakes Safaris. And as well, Madame Josephine Kabaga Magulu, the Head Banking Stanbic Bank. Head of Private Banking Stanbic Bank. Members of the press and the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in different capacities, we welcome you all for joining us and honoring our invitation. And as well, MTN Uganda staff and management, leadership, as well. Let me also mention at this occasion that more than 50% of our employees are from the female gender. We have 1,200 employees, more than 600 are from the female gender. Also, I want to thank the team who's behind this event. And I want also to mention that during the budgeting process, there was some ladies lobbying about this event. And now I understand. So we men in the boardroom, we had to listen. And we listened, and I think we did well when we listened. This event is a very great opportunity. Thanks for Hazel and her team for organizing this event. And as well, thanks for Ernest, our CMO, for listening, myself and him, to organize this event or to support this event. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. We are here tonight, as you know, to celebrate in this particular March month, to celebrate Uganda women in different areas where they have and continue to excel and advance. This is the second of such an event that MTN Uganda is organizing for the second year. And MTN Uganda has committed to celebrate the true essence of womanhood and how women continue to play a very important and central role in our lives. Today, in our world, it's not a secret, we are witnessing unique challenges affecting the working class woman, regardless of whether she's employed, aspire to start her own, or already running her own company. Every year in March, we celebrate the Women's Day. We admit that this celebration is just one day. However, referring to such an event, we are potentially pushing and providing guarantee that every day is a woman's rights day in practice within our society. Despite the barriers, today's women are finding alternative ways to contribute to an old struggle, whether hashtagged in tweets, composed into songs, or included in the official statements by the United Nations. We believe the feeling of feminist activism can regenerate the power and potential of decision-making space, like with the radical solutions, strategies, and spirit. MTN Uganda acknowledges the importance of Ugandan women in both the social and economic development of the country. This year, as the rest of the world celebrating the annual International Women's Day, we felt once again it is suitable to invite all of you, the businesswomen from different domains, to engage in a panel discussion and to act as a motivation to the upcoming women entrepreneur in Uganda. Since we started our businesses in Uganda 15 years back, MTN has created a platform through its wide product and solutions, as well as its services and coverage across the country, which has seriously given the woman the opportunity to rise and shine in different aspects of the business, as well as in the corporate world. Ladies and gentlemen, the value of today's Women in a Business event, this great gathering, is in our ability to integrate the new voices and find the threads that waves us together. Definitely, this will enable us to strengthen interconnected movements and collectively speak further and truth to power. We would like to thank each of the panel members here who joined us today, and as well the distinguished judges for taking out the time from their busy schedules to honor our invitation and share their experiences with us. We are confident that this event will continue providing mentorship opportunities for a number of our upcoming entrepreneurs. Many of them as well, they are present and they have attended this event tonight. I'm sure that you are all will have an opportunity to engage further tonight. Feel free. People behind you on the left, on the right, every single person we believe has a story to share and an experience, and a great experience as well to talk about. Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, distinguished guests, and our business partners, all in attendance here. Today, when we invited you, we didn't stop up at the criteria whether you are our customer or our partner or our supplier or vendor. We tried to bring as much as possible people from different domains just to enrich the discussion and as well the event. MTN is fully committed to continue developing such platforms because we believe we are a true partner to the government to drive the national development agenda of the country. Today is a day of celebration and recognition of all the women in our society that make a positive impact to the development of this great nation, Uganda. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mazen. A round of applause to the MTN Uganda CEO, Mazen. Those wonderful words. I think it's only natural that after we have taken in so much knowledge, we get a break and replenish our energies. So we're going to have dinner. Dinner is going to be served. However, before we have the dinner, I'd like to announce that in as much as we have had the panel discussion and we've asked our questions and made clear what was uncertain, we have a segment where we're going to award the most outstanding of the women in business in Uganda. So please stick around so we can upload those that have been most outstanding in their trade. So I'll ask that you please stay seated. The ushers, our lovely ushers, will usher you to the serving points. Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Thank you.
azarerutsa moyo azvina rukudzo kuningira kakandokundei azviriasa mukuru wanyamagaka mukuru mukuru wangu wanyamagaka mukuru we nai mukuru zvamunona mukuru wangu wanyamagaka iwe wanyamagaka iwe mukuru mukuru wangu wanyamagaka mukuru we wanyamagaka nai mukuru zvamunona mukuru wangu wanyamagaka iwe azvidi azarerutsa moyo azvina rukudzo kutyira kakandokune azvidi aza wanyamagaka azvidi azarerutsa moyo azvina rukudzo kutyira kakandokune azvidi aza iwe mukuru wanyamagaka 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 Wanyamagaka, 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 wanyamagaka. Kana imbi mumusoro sinoziveko kana iyo ende akabe mucheche papa tingamudzora neiko tichikudza zvitozere inganda kurawani ninda kurawanika inganda kurawani ninda kurawanika inganda kurawani ninda kurawanika inganda kurawani ninda kurawanika kuziva musiyano wepavanotuka nepavanorayira kuva mukuru chipo chavamwe vasina ndebvo inzo dzakare kuva mukuru chido chavamwe chavanosarura chiona iye wendebvo ative mutete papwa mungamudzora neiko muchiputsa zvito zvizere kana iye wendebvo akave mutete papongwapo kana kandidzidzisa vanini ndakura dzinoziveiko makandira yavanini ndakura.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you enjoy your meal, we're very excited to perform before us today a gentleman who has made his trade in highlighting the successes of women in saying what is very good about women in standing up for women's rights. I present to you one of Uganda's finest singers, referred to as the silky voice, Jamal.
Stephen, ladies and gentlemen. And on everybody in the category, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so happy to be among the Ugandans who have been chosen to be in this place. But the only thing I could say, the women, you gotta go together. If we work together, then you can make more improvement in lifetime. And when I was here, I had so much people, like managers, ministers and stuff like that. And I was wondering, do we have anybody who works in a window or what? Because to me, I think we need also to go down. If we go down, we get the poor ones. We get the ones who need help more. If we pull everything together, I think it will be... Wait, abachala basira. Obugalo bw'abachala basira buli ludda wa. Kubanga they are my heroes. Abachala baita basira kuba bebakumira ebisinga. Bebaguma nebasirika. Semaita basira. They are my heroes. Nebuchanti bamugobye ebanga lyabadamaze mubufumbo. Muneza tebali mulesesa atayinayo kika. Kyokanga n'obudde buweddeyo abamulaba be batono. Gobeera oyo muyite otya? Abakyala mwayita bazira kuba be bakumira ebisinga. Bebaguma ne basirika. Sembayita bazira kubanga they are my heroes. Obugalo bw'abakyala bazira buli ludda wa banna. Mutuwe ku bugalo. Ekyo kibaluma ne basirika. Abakazi batumu balina ennaku etazangika. Ekyo kye kibafuula bazira kubeera bamala ne baguma. Sembayita bazira kuba be bakumira ebisinga. Bebaguma ne basirika. Sembayita bazira kubanga they are my heroes. Mr. DJ, how are you feeling, ladies and gentlemen? Is everybody okay? We feeling good? You having a good time? The next song I wrote is through my experience. It's what I've been seeing. You know, when you live in a lower life, you can see a lot of things. To me, I tried my best to try to bring what is on the ground about women in this country. And that's what I'm trying to keep to do, and that's what I'll be keeping. I don't really care who thinks whatever they think, but I just thought it was a good idea for me to just go that way and try to show the fact of this country and the women, what they're going through in this country. So that's what I do. And the next song, this is more than an experience. This is a big thing. This is a song that I've tried at least to survey and see what is on the ground. And the women who are really don't have anything in this country. Mr. DJ. But I would love to have your claps a little bit like this. Abatala balabye, bamama balabye, kugambi balabye, bachala balabye, newa bayasomatya, abamutema mubala mukamuntu. bagana abamwe ensonyi bazifuula busungu toyo malaya mbadde nyamba buyambi era nga mumanyi n'abakyala bayiya bakola ensimbi abereka omwana ba nayiwe siwera toyo malaya abadde yetunda abakyala balabye balabye bamama balabye balabye kugambye balabye balabye bakyala balabye balabye emirimu bafuna gya wansi kyokolaba abamu okubakuza waliwo bye babasaba.
In my next life. Besides hosting the Women in Business and the professional women in business, we also ran a consumer promotion where we felt that some of you in your homes or in your workplaces, there are people who are so deserving of getting an extreme makeover. And we ran a promotion where we got an overwhelming support. And amazingly, some of the ladies you will see here tonight were nominated by their husbands. And when we called them, I remember one of the ladies was called and we told her that she was nominated by her husband, and she said, "My husband, there's no way. Are you sure?" My husband sent an email and there was evidence to share with her. Today they may look very young and refreshed, but these are women that go out every day, wake up in the morning and toil for their families. Some are from the micro SMEs that we talked about this evening. So without further ado, I would like the ladies to come on stage as they show the video of before and after. Unfortunately, the night we kind of overran the program. We will not be able to show you all the details, but be sure you can log on our link on Facebook, on Twitter, and YouTube, and you'll be able to pick up some of their fantastic stories. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite the Extreme Makeover ladies. Please come to the stage.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Extreme Makeover ladies. One of the please note that whatever they are putting on has been their choice. We didn't dictate what they should dress in. So I would like to announce the first winner was Julia. Julie? Julie, you look smart. Thank you and welcome. Annette. You can see she's in the yellow colors. Lovely. Zoya. Looks very lovely. Rita. Lovely. Sima. Thank you. Lily. Lily's not here probably tonight. Sylvia. You can see they're a bit shy, but you know, we manage. Rachel. Looking very lovely in black and red. Susan. So these are our extreme makeover ladies. Unfortunately, I don't know what has happened to the video, but we'll post it on our YouTube. You'll be able to see the before and after. Ladies, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. And one thing I must announce tonight is each lady walks away tonight with a 2.5 million voucher for upgrading their wardrobe. And before the promotion, after we selected the winners, they each got 2.5 million for expenses, jewelry, handbag, dressing, everything. So we want to treat them the special way they are. So ladies, thank you very much.
Come on and celebrate tonight, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. Let's celebrate.
So in a few minutes, we invite our moderator stroke MC, who introduce the next activity on the program, which is the awards for tonight. Thank you. Aggie, you're most welcome.
Okay, again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like they say, the judges, I would like to introduce a lady that comes with over 10 years of experience in the banking sector. She holds a Master's of Business degree from the University from the UK, and she's a big lady in the bank, having held an FCCA qualification. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming none other than Josephine Kabanga Magulu, Head of Private Banking at Stanbic Bank.
The guest of honor and Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Mary Carol Okurut, Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Mrs. Amelia Chambade, the Chairman of the Board, MTN, Mr. Charles Mbire, Country Manager, Forbes Africa, Mr. Dennis Navende, the CEO of MTN, Mr. Mazen Munro, my fellow judges, I would request my fellow judges to come up and just stand with me. Mr. Amos Wekesa, Dr. Maggie Chigozi, Mr. Charles Mbire, and Dr. Julian Shea. I think one of them is not with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a good evening to all of you. As you heard, my name is Josephine Kabanga Magulu. I support private banking at Stanbic Bank, and today I'm speaking on behalf of my fellow judges for this event. We are extremely proud to be part of this event in recognition of women. I start with a quote from a very accomplished lady, Oprah Winfrey. It doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. The ability to triumph begins with you always. Would like to congratulate the ladies who are going to receive the awards in their respective categories tonight. My fellow judges will concur that it was a difficult task to choose the winners because all the nominees were strong contenders and hold their own in the various sectors. A few things that we looked at is, of course, value add to the society, benefits to you as an individual, benefits to other people in society nationally and internationally, ethics of your business, the ongoing concern, how you have grown your business from, the lower financial level to the higher financial level. As women, we need to believe in ourselves more and in our ability to achieve our goals, given the fact that most of our cultures and nature molds us to underestimate our worth. The need to promote successful women in our society has become even more important today, particularly because of our young population in Uganda. We believe these successful ladies can act as business cases in places like schools, so that the younger generation can aspire to be as successful as they are and ambitiously work towards success at a younger age. We also would like to thank Forbes Africa partnering with MTN for creating this platform to recognize women. I think this is a plus in going to ways in which we can keep the fire burning in women recognition. We also take the opportunity to thank the organizations that have made deliberate efforts to increase the number of women in the boardroom. But we are also aware that we are not yet where we want to be. Research done by McKinsey shows that women are just as ambitious as men. However, not every woman will take on the role of superwoman, because as women, we often make choices for promotions based on our other family responsibilities. On this note, we call upon our male colleagues to be more involved in the family front and also help mentor the children and give more confidence to the children. This will encourage women inadvertently to take on bigger tasks and be more entrepreneurial and make this country a better place to be. I end with a quote from an accomplished gentleman who definitely knows the importance of a woman, Kofi Annan. There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. She helps build the world, if I may add. Thank you again, and I'm sure you'll have a splendid evening. Thank you for listening to me. Over to you, Agnes.
We go back? Let's wait for instructions. Turn on the light. Sit where? You can sit here.
So our first award for the evening is to the Young Entrepreneur of the Year. And presenting this award is Dr. Maggie Kigozi. Okay, I think we've got a small head up. Hazel, could you please come up? Probably take your seat again, sorry.
If you are a big, big tree, I can't believe that it's me. The way that you make me feel, burning deep down inside. Your love that I cannot hide. I know it's you, I big baby.
In the category for Young Entrepreneur Award, we had 3 ladies competing for this category. We had Kola Studios with the co-founder Terry Karunji, together with Juliana Nasasira, from the creative director of Kwesha, and Mafuta Go application by Christine Ampere. And the winner for this category is Mafuta Go application, Christine Ampere.
Never treat you like a lady. I wish I was a man. I wish I was a man. Maybe anytime you're lonely, can I be the one you calling?
Thank you. Congratulations. And the next category is for Businesswoman of the Year. And to present this award, allow me to introduce again the GM MTN Business Risk to come and present the award. The winner for this category comes as no surprise. Please put your hands together for Josephine Okot, Victoria Seds. The next award is the Science and Technology Award of the Year. And to present this award is Dr. Gundula Naiga Basaza. To please come and present this award to the winner. The winner for the Science and Technology Award of the Year is Dr. Elizabeth Ziksoka Kalema, Wildlife Conservationist. She's not around. But she just spent my money. And the next category is CEO of the Year. And allow me to invite the CEO of MTN Uganda, Mr. Mazen, to come and present the award. The winner for this category is Jennifer Mwijuche from Unifright, Uganda. But I'm told she's not around. And Hazel will receive the award on her behalf. The next award is the Public Sector Excellence Award of the Year. And to present this award is none other than Mr. Charles Mbire. And the winner for this category happens to be actually the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, but she's not here. So I probably will receive it on her behalf. And the final award is the Lifetime Achievement Award. Let me invite our guest of honor to present this award and also make her closing remarks after. The winner for the Lifetime Achievement is Mrs. Angelina Wapakabulo. Gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the awards. Let me take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Mary Karoro Kurut, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to give us her closing remarks on this event. And thanks again, MTN. Thank you, everybody, for honoring this invitation. Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much. Honorable Amelia is asking me why I'm not speaking from there. But it's like you are looking down on people. I want to be one of you when I'm on this level. So once again, thank you, MTN. Thank you for this motivation. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for keeping together with the women of Uganda. Thank you. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Because it is rare to find a company which has got a solid gender policy. So you are making our work easier in government. I'm going to summarize, ladies and gentlemen, because I know when you speak at the end, people are tired, people are happy, people want to go and dance, most probably. So, this gender policy is very, very important. When the NRM government came into power, I'm not going to speak politics. It's not just the affirmative action, it is the affirmative environment that this government put in place that has helped the women of Uganda. Of course, we are meritorious. We deserve everything, but then we needed a push. I just came back from addressing the UN. I came back yesterday. But when I talked about the achievements of the Ugandan woman, the world stood up and acclaimed. Because this is the truth, it's not a myth. It's not yet Uhuru. It's not yet Uhuru for the woman of Uganda. But what is important is that the journey started and that we have taken very long strides. It is some of these challenges like gender-based violence. Before I came here, I was watching, there's a young lady in Nabingo who was kidnapped, I think it's yesterday or something. And they kept on ringing the mother and I think the sister that we have got her, we are going to kill her, and they have killed her. I watched it on news. Gender-based violence. So as we celebrate these milestones, we must fight these evils that are taking us backwards. Honorable Amelia talked about incest. It is terrible. Actually, children born out of incest are called children of shame. Through no fault of their own, we must fight these evils. So we thank you again, MTN, for leading the way. I've told you that I've written to you in my capacity that let's use your SMS platform. Let's reach people out there and tell them that together we must fight these evils. So I hope you are going to reply in the affirmative. You talked about mentoring. And I think one of you said, we do not have to clap our hands and say, I am the only woman in this sector. We must mentor. And I'm very happy to share with you, I am a writer, I'm a creative writer. I started Uganda Women Writers Association, FemWrite. And when I see the young ladies who have come up, who have won international awards, I feel so happy for womankind. So mentorship is part of our journey. So once again, I thank you. I congratulate all the achievers. You know, it is so good when you achieve, even if they give you a small present, you feel so good. That is motivation. So let's work together. We are with you. Let's do more to empower the women of Uganda and fight again, once again. I talk about these evils. Government is doing its part. We are putting laws in place, but laws are not enough. We must get out and supplement these laws. We have already talked about the anti-pornography bill. Just the pornography in this country, the videos that are being watched by young people, it is terrible. So this law was imperative. But I added a rider that parents must also tell our daughters, the young people, that they must put a value on themselves and that we must enshrine without going out to undress anybody. Whoever does that, as I've already threatened, we shall not take the law into our own hands, but the law shall take its course. Thank you very much once more. We shall keep on working with you, and may God bless you all.
A round of applause to the guest of honor and honorable minister. Those very wonderful words. So I'll invite the senior manager enterprise, Hazel, who has been the driver of today's event, to give her closing remarks. You're welcome, Hazel.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you have had a fantastic time, as we have all done. Tonight, we decided to give the most punctual people, who were the first people to turn up, a prize, just to say, as women, we have to keep time when we're invited for events and meetings. And surprise, surprise, one of the people that kept time was a lady who's a mentor, who's an entrepreneur. And this lady is Mama Mbire, was the first person to report today. And she has a surprise hamper. Stephen, the hamper. The second lady was Elizabeth Kizito, another one of our own. Stella Maris Mabirizi as the third. Narure Sala, Abaro Medias, Eva Kabwama. All these people are getting a gift hamper. Zahara Nampeo, Sheila Agonzibwa Richardson, Christine Kenyanji, I don't know how to read this name, but I'll try. Frauke Zwaga, Kabarenga Farida, Georgia Lule, Joy Mary Ranga, Hannah Namuyomba, Brenda Mwami, Jennifer Namakula, Gertrude Abo, Eva Kabwama, Lydia Nakaye, Erina Namubunga, Betty Zizinga, Dorcas Abaho, Aruna Pakwaka. So ladies, before you leave, please come and pick your gift hamper. And I also want to inform all the ladies that are invited tonight that as you walk out, there's a special hamper that has been prepared for you on behalf of MTN. Thank you very much. We still have enough drinks. So please stay behind, network, and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
calling me audibly, bawling. She said that she would never leave, continue to torture me, telling me to come with her underneath my comforter. And she brought a gun with her, pills and some rum with her. Took me on the balcony, telling me to jump with her. Yeah, I'm in the ghost, but I ain't doing stunts with her. I ain't trying to be that, haters wanna see that, but I got him aggy, cause I win the gold like Gabby.
She's just a girl and she's on fire, hotter than a fantasy, only like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire, filled with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. The sky, you're a shooting star for me. I'm alive, we're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful.